The show's back on track! You're hired! Now give us a show!
The gun represents justice. When pointing at the bad guys, open fire! Ha!
We all belong to where our hearts go, no? I will choose my own path.
Get lost!
The pointy ends of my spears warn those against me.
It's my way or the highway. Don't worry, this ain't my first rodeo. Not so tough now, are ya? Line 'em up! CC and Yo-Yo, ready to set the stage on fire! Was it you who called me back? Shh, be careful of what you wish for.
Grant me your strength. Tears! 5, 6, 7, hey, we're missing a candle. Here's to another 8 magical years.
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Beli sekarang.
Halo, aku mau reservasi untuk besok jam 11
आरक्षण करना चाहती हूँ।
कितने लोगों के लिए टेबल चाहिए?
Satu orang aja.
सिर्फ एक यात्री के लिए।
ये आपको order है.
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Beli sekarang. Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Beli sekarang.
Dirasa anak muda selalu punya banyak cerita, karena bersama Good Day dunianya banyak rasa, asik dan asik, idenya fantastik, romantis buat kamu ngehits. Oh Good Day yang bikin hidup berwarna, karena hidup banyak rasa.
Apartemen murah, aplikasi GoPay, pulsa murah, aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah, di aplikasi GoPay, gratis transfer, 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later. Time to go.
Okay.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood. barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Halo semuanya, kenalin nama gue S14. Buat kalian yang pengen nonton M6 dan kalian pengen dapetin akomodasi gratis, kalian bisa banget dan bisa berkesempatan juga untuk menangin belasan juta rupiah saldo GoPay. Kalian tinggal ikutin aja challenge M6 Cloud Video by GoPay. Semangat!
Bagian bawah dan sepertinya mereka siap untuk bisa mendapatkan lagi ke arah dari daerah di mana sekarang daerahnya sendiri mereka bisa pisah. Tapi masih ada pergerakan dari mana diri yang dikeroyok. Namun untuk sekarang satu mulai Johan.
Thank you for showing us greatness in your Ad5 journey. You may now take your final bow.
Tidak ada tim Indonesia untuk melaju ke babak selanjutnya.
Oh no, my God.
Tamparan kembali terjadi untuk tim Indonesia kita. Memang ya namanya kompetisi pasti ada menang dan kalah.
Udah nggak ada lagi alasan kita patch, gameplay, meta, apapun itu kita harus terima karena kita udah bukan jadi region terbaik lagi.
Satukan kekuatan, berjatuh sama lain, gak usah tapi kita pede, main lepas, berhasilnya dan let's go!
Boy, kita di sini buat tunjukin ke semua orang kalau kita pantas.
Tidak ada banget terpas sana dengan portal berhasil mendapatkan satu momen kill dan apakah pelatihannya on point? Wow!
Kebanyakan tim yang udah mulai ngerti makro dan gue jujur paling nyaris season ini.
Terjejit sendirian mengejar ke arah San dengan satu garuda juga tembakannya begitu menyakitkan. Looking for media. The savage bagat didapatkan.
So bagi gue sekarang Indo bakal kuat karena udah banyak yang komen baru. So menurut gue bakal jadi hal baru buat di M14 atau segala macam.
Untuk landasan pertama mereka sudah sukses. Regenerasi adalah kunci.
Gue cuma berharap semoga 6 tim yang hadir di playoff ngasih improvement semuanya. Tapi kalau misalkan cuma sampai di situ, takutnya mungkin regen-regen lain tuh udah mempelajari kita. Semoga tim-tim Indo bisa back on track lah, biar nanti optimisme gue ini bisa tersalurkan dengan hasil mereka di internasional.
Dude, you know what? I really don't get the Swiss format at all.
Actually, why do we even need to change? This was okay back in M4.
Yeah, this is okay. Yeah, exactly.
I'll just tell.
Why don't we just
All right, so this is how it's going to work. You're going to put...
So I heard you guys still don't understand the new game format. Don't worry about it. Behold, the answer to everything. My masterpiece!
Okay, hold on. What's going on?
Yeah, I think we should go.
Yeah, let's do that.
Where are you going? Where are you going?
Don't worry. I'll explain everything. No concept of personal space.
So, as you may know, only one winning team gets to move on from the wild cards.
Okay, I mean, but we know all of this.
What you didn't know was about the Swiss stage. There are 5 rounds in the Swiss stage, with each round consisting of a random redraw.
No more extensive prep, no more difficult groups.
How many rounds do the teams actually have to play?
I knew you were interested. Teams will fight in a best of one, and based on the results, are going to get slotted into 2 groups.
So, winners will draw to fight other winners, losers will draw to fight other losers.
Your draw and potential opponents all depend on your team's performance.
What's the big deal?
The big deal? Think about it. Will teams be able to game the system? Will there be shocking losses for a better draw in the latter rounds? But you get it, right? Think of all the opportunities the teams have to face each other. 3 wins to qualify, 3 losses to be eliminated. Teams coming down from different regions, more matches before going home, and more chances for a comeback that we've never seen before.
Oh, so that makes it.
So that the audience can grip on to the edge of their seats as they watch teams desperately try to achieve the top spot every day.
So like same teams from the same region?
There's no avoidance for teams from the same region.
Oh, why though?
It's for the drama. PH knocking out PH, MY eliminating MY. It's a format of unpredictability. Don't get excited! What about the knockout stage?
Oh, I'm glad you asked. Lights!
Wait,
just relax. Listen, just relax.
Guys, calm down.
Oh.
Based on the results of the Swiss stage, our 8 qualifying teams are then placed in 3 seed pools. From here, we draw to determine the first round of our double elimination knockout stage. From these seeds, teams will fight randomly drawn teams from the other seeds. Winning teams will advance to the upper bracket,
While losing teams still have the chance to stay in the tournament, 1 step away from an epic comeback.
1 step away from elimination.
All the way
to the grand finals!
Guys, I think we should really go.
Wait, guys, don't you
This is where we end the video.
Come on, how are these teams gonna strategize?
Bye.
The show's back on track! You're hired! Now give us a show!
The gun represents justice. When pointing at the bad guys, open fire!
We all belong to where our hearts go, no? I will choose my own path.
Get lost!
The pointy ends of my spears warn those against me.
It's my way or the highway. Don't worry, this ain't my first rodeo. Not so tough now, are ya? Line 'em up! CC and Yo-Yo, ready to set the stage on fire! Was it you who called me back? Shh, be careful of what you wish for.
Grant me your strength. Tears! 5, 6, 7. Hey, we're missing a candle. Here's to another 8 magical years.
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Halo, aku mau reservasi untuk besok jam 11
आरक्षण करना चाहती हूँ।
कितने लोगों के लिए टेबल चाहिए?
Satu orang aja.
सिर्फ एक यात्री के लिए।
ये आपको order है।
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the moment that we have been waiting for, the grand finals. After an incredible regular season, 9 weeks, we had a 2-week break in between as we begun our playoff run. And the moment is here, and finally, we're gonna see these two teams battle it out as we welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, onto the English panel. My name is Eterna, and I'm gonna be your desk host for the day, alongside with Gani, as well as Gideon, all the way from Malaysia. Gideon, how have you been doing?
I've been doing pretty fine, after you seeing yesterday's game and, paneling before. I feel like, Indonesia is currently in a pretty good spot with two potential teams that, well, I just have to say are looking phenomenal. And both of them going to M6.
What about you, Gani? How are you feeling about today?
Hey, I have recovered from Fnatic Onyx loss day 1. And yeah, it's going to be very interesting and exciting, of course. Seeing TLID yesterday battering 3-0 against Bigatron Alpha, I'm intrigued to see will they bring the same intensity and performance against RRQ.
It's definitely been a wild ride, but boys, we're not going to be here all alone because we are going to invite a special guest. He has been one of the most infamous coaches around the world, being able to bring up 2 MPL PH championships as well as an M Series title, and on top of that, an MSC title as well. It's Coach Tic Tac. Hey, Coach, can you hear us?
Hello. Yes, I can hear you.
Awesome, awesome. So it's me, Eterna. Here on the panel, we have Gani as well as Gideon as well, to kind of pick your brain just a little, especially now we're coming into the grand final. So we're going to start with Coach. How are you feeling, man?
Very good. Little bit nervous for Team Liquid ID.
Oh, nervous. Like nervous in a good way or nervous in a...
in a good way. Yeah,
okay,
good.
In a good way? Okay, I like that. I like that.
Look, Coach, I've been a very big fan of the TL franchise and especially your run with Echo. I can't stop thinking about it. You have done so much for this team, and now in Indonesia, the top 2 coaches at the moment, currently Kezcute and as well as Saint Lucas. And honestly, I think that you could relate a lot because I feel like you've also gone through a very similar path, just like these 2 coaches. In terms of a coach helping a player, how does that work, right? How do we continuously make them progress? Additionally, how does he perceive these 2? How do you look at these 2 coaches?
Well, first, in my view, the role of a coach, helping them to progress, it's about first creating a healthy environment, right? That can support the players to be more motivated and at the same time to be challenged as well. We are here to help them to set certain goals. Then next is more time to progress.
I agree. I think the coaches play a huge impact on that. We're going to touch on that a little bit later because we're going to take a look at this poster, Coach. We had a caster. I don't know if you know him. He's nobody really knows this caster. I'm kidding. It's Mirko. He said that if Fnatic Onyx wins again, there's going to be no point in watching MPL Indonesia anymore. We're done and we won't win M6. So we're going to touch on Fnatic Onyx first because I think this was the first time that a lot of people around the world were very surprised Fnatic Onyx not being able to push through the play-ins. Coach, how did you feel about that? Was that surprising to you? Was that something predicted by you?
Well, first, believe that we share the same sentiment like the Fnatic Onyx. We eliminated the first day, right?
Yeah.
It was a disappointment, actually.
Disappointment.
We were both the defending champions, right?
I mean, for the record, you guys scream a lot. TLPH, Fnatic Onyx ID?
Yes, we scream a lot.
Okay.
How were Fnatic Onyx in scrims?
Yeah. Well, very good.
So it
sometimes,
was. So it was just quite unpredictable, Coach Tic Tac, coming from your side. Do you, well, how do you see it? What's wrong with Fnatic Onyx in their playoff run?
For me, I was surprised that they experienced the first round exit. But I predicted that they will not be the champions for this season. Because they are not the dominating during the regular season, not like before, right?
No, yeah, I think so. Even Coach Tic Tac shares the same sentiment as all of us.
I think it's a fair point. I think at the end of the day, some teams they're going to have their generations. They're going to have their moments. It's good to see other teams, and of course, there's going to be some disappointment as well as some great glory.
Yeah.
Now, I'm so sorry, Coach Tic Tac. I jumped the gun earlier because I was so excited to talk to you. I still want to get your opinion as being a coach. Like, after looking at both St. Lucas and as well as Kescute, additionally, how do you perceive them as coaches, and can they be compared to some of the other great coaches? I mean, off the top of my head, I'm thinking like Ducky, Trebor, Bonchan, Yeb, and I mean, of course, you yourself, you'd be great if you came over to Indonesia, I'm just saying.
Well, for me, Coach Kescute and Coach St. Lucas are very excellent coaches. They have great personal coaching approaches, I think. Yeah. And I believe that we have the same trait. They believe on the trust. They believe the process and trust it. Yeah.
That's an interesting answer. I feel like it's a very safe answer.
I know, Coach. Be a little honest with us here. Okay, I'm gonna ask a kind of a wild question. So, we all know that you guys are one organization under Team Liquid, TLPH and TLID. Can we get some insider information? Do you scrim against TLID in particular?
Yes.
And how is that? How is that?
I can mention that.
Okay. Fair enough.
We tried.
Coach Isaac, we respect you. We respect you. Okay. Okay, we cannot talk about the results.
Let's just see later, okay? The result of later.
Yeah, I mean, SDL, I think, and as well as Kescute, they're very potential here as coaches. Do you think you can share an attribute or two that maybe out there someone wants to be a coach? What do you have to say to them?
Maybe their mindset is they believe and trust the process. From the start, they believe in the process of rebuilding. That's the process. Since I believe from now, since MSC 22, right?
Yeah.
This is the first time that we have a grand finals in Indonesia for all Indo players, a main final.
All right. And, Coach, I also really wanted to ask you a certain question. Going back to, the glory days of Echo being able to win it out at M4, you had two young players in your roster, right? You had Sanji and you also had Sanford. Now we're seeing a lot of new bloods coming into the fray as well here in Indonesia, specifically for both RRQ and TLID. Can we ask your experience? How were you able to mentor these two young players? Did they have problems with mentality maybe, or the way that they come to the game? How did you foster that inner being from both of these players?
Well, first you must instill the confidence to them that they can play on the professional league. First is the thing that.
I believe you and
next.
Okay, I believe you and I share the same statement here. We believe that regeneration is very important, Coach Tic Tac. And how do you think? How do you think, Coach Tic Tac, that the young players, the rookies, the young bloods can keep up with the seniors or the established players, the strong players? How do you think they should, and how are they able to keep up?
Well, for the young players, first they need to observe the seniors and learn from them. Then they must understand what it takes to become successful like their seniors, right? Then it takes a lot of sacrifices, I think. Then next is they must maintain their discipline and good work ethics. Well, and for me, the best thing that young players can do is have a mindset that they will surpass their seniors over time.
It's a very deep. That's a deep question. I'm curious.
Ask the seniors.
I'm curious. This is a bit of an oddball, but Coach Tic Tac, how much would you say a player would have to sacrifice on average? Like, how much do they have to give up to chase this dream?
Well, first, the family time. Yeah. You need to sacrifice that. Next, I think it's the mentality. You have the attitude, the competitiveness.
Competitive attitude and time. I'm telling you, this is why he's the GOAT. He's already on top of everybody else, man.
Yeah. I mean, it's an interesting notion, and it's kind of scary too, right? Because we don't really exactly know how far these new young players, especially in MPL ID, are willing to go. I don't know. It's tough. So
It is our.
we're gonna go back.
It's our nature of our.
Yeah. We're gonna go back to this next matchup here, Coach, because we have the possibility of crowning a new champion in the history of MPL ID, right? TLID, or previously known as Aura, never have been able to pick up or lift up that MPL ID champion. Now, in your eyes, Coach, after you've seen both of these teams play, maybe even you saw them in the regular season up until the playoffs, honestly speaking, who do you think will be able to get this next championship for MPL ID?
Well, for me, it's TLID. Will be champion for this.
This is no bias, Coach. No bias, Coach.
Yeah, no bias. Yes, RQ. Yeah, RQ have the experience. But I believe that young players of TLID being fresh energy, especially Fabian, right? He is the rookie of the season in regular season, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Do you think that that flair is a lot more? Wait, where'd he go? Don't hide, Coach. Don't hide. It's okay. We're not gonna ask you about scrims anymore. I promise.
Well, besides Fabian, second is the coaching staff. They are solid. They have solid and strong foundation.
Okay, coaching
And
staff.
lastly, maybe for tonight, the team who is the hungrier to get the trophy. You know what I mean? And that is TLID for sure.
I agree with that. And you mentioned that you want and you think that TLID will win. Can you give us a scoreline of today's match? Is it going to be a clean sweep 4-0? Is it going to be tied 4-3? What do you think?
For me, it's 4-2.
4-2. Even I don't have that much confidence. 4-2. Coach, are you serious, Coach? Coach, you don't have a curse.
Yes.
You don't have a curse, right, like Mirko?
I don't know if I have a curse.
Hey, you're talking about an M Series champion, Coach.
That's true.
He speaks facts and facts only.
That's true.
He wears
That's
blue
true.
for a reason.
I mean, we're also wearing blues.
I mean that's
Is that
it's really me and Gani, to be fair.
All right.
We got you, Coach.
But on,
this suit. See?
hey, I'm wearing blue too. It's just not as bright, guys.
Oh yeah. Thank you for wearing blue.
Think.
Okay, we're gonna move on to our next question. Maybe our final question here.
Yes, this one I'm particularly interested in because now, I mean, is this the moment for you guys to, I don't know, the changes in the meta in particular have been really, really interesting, but I don't know about you, who is going to be the next king of the galaxy? I mean, I have to ask, the changes in the meta right now, especially with the addition of like Suyo coming in, and so many things changing in part of the game. New heroes have made the draft and compositions honestly more diverse. But how do these changes affect a team? For you specifically, how would you handle that?
Well, first, changes in the meta have a very big impact on team strategy. When it shifts, the effectiveness of the team strength and weaknesses also shifts. Sometimes it favors a team and sometimes the other way around. Like now, the meta favors with the team with synergy on using Assassin. If not mistaken, so for me, overall, team's performance can also be depending on how the team strategies on the current meta.
Okay, but who do you think this is more strategic for? Do you think this new meta or this new patch that we're in right now favors TLID more or RRQ more?
Well, honestly speaking, for me, TLID.
Can you elaborate? Can you elaborate?
Wait,
on...
no, don't make him elaborate. I think he's he can't reveal too much. But coach,
I can reveal too much. Yeah.
Okay, but coach, talk to me. Give me just a little bit of substance here. What are your first 3 bans? What would be your first 3 bans? You don't have to give me the full thing, but like imaginary scenario, what would be those first 3 bans?
Well, for the first pick.
For first pick.
For his blue side.
If you don't want to answer for blue side, you can answer red side. I'm fine with either.
Well, it depends.
Off the top of your head.
Yeah, the top of my head. Maybe first the funny.
Okay.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Gotta write this down,
Fair enough.
Write it down.
We can ban the Matilda because both teams use it, right?
Yeah.
So maybe Hayabusa.
Interesting.
Hayabusa.
Very interesting. Because I mean, when we look at RRQ's top picks and bans in the regular season versus the playoffs, there's a little bit of variance here. Overall, like I know that Sutsujin can play the Fanny, but it's not like it's go-to.
And that's why it makes sense, right? We saw his Hayabusa yesterday, and he wrecked. Is there a? I don't even know how to say it lightly. Not even more than steamroll. He obliterated his opponents. Is this the reason why you think the Hayabusa is a top priority against RRQ?
Yeah, I think for me, he's
This is Tic Tac's personal opinion, not the organization's opinion.
Yeah,
we're just throwing that out there. We're just keeping it real.
For the record, that is true, right? But okay, Hayabusa, ban out. Who do you think TLID needs to respect from RRQ as well? Just a hero, maybe.
Well, maybe the tank, the post 5 tanks.
The post 5
5 heroes. Post 5 heroes.
Post 5 heroes, right? Edoc.
Edoc, that's what I was thinking about. But if that is the case, I think that even Franco is a little bit of an interesting pick. It's not like we see it everywhere, being popping out in every single MPL. I think it's rather unique to Edoc, to be perfectly honest here. Is this something that we should be concerned about as TLID lovers here?
Yeah, maybe. It depends on the composition, right? If the other teams use it, then we can respect it.
Okay, so Franco is also going to be a hero that we do need to, keep an eye out of. By the way, Coach, when we're talking about these heroes, it's actually a very unique topic to talk about because both of these teams have actually met before in the upper brackets. TLID actually lost the ball when they were leading 2-0, and then they got reverse swept by RRQ in that best of 5. And one of the heroes that we did see being respected in the next 3 games was the Cho from WED. What do you think about this Cho pick, and do you agree that it is a impactful hero that needs to be respected from WED?
Yes, it's one of the heroes that can be respected to WED. It's so impactful, right? He gives the vision of the enemy.
I agree.
Okay, so vision.
Game 1, game 2, WED was everywhere. He was initiating, he was popping off as well. Do you remember game 4, Coach Tic Tac, that series of the draft? First pick Phoveus, do you agree with that approach? Or if you were in that position, you would maybe change or tweak that first pick?
Well, I can see that they have their own strategies. So,
fair enough.
Man,
I don't know what
Coach
He's not giving us anything.
He's alluding. I think there needs to be some kind of a template. Because let's keep in mind, M6 is going to be a Swiss format, so we're not going to know who your opponents are going to be, right? And I mean, in your opinion, Coach Chica, that's why I was asking you about those first 3 bans to maybe set up a template for M6. but even so, I'm curious to know what your opinions are currently in the meta. Suyo, right? I think a lot of people have been either
Suyo.
just
Very good, Suyo.
It's very good, but people have been either banning it out, but I think we need a proper solution to Suyo. And what could we do if we had to deal with Suyo? What could PUBG players around the world do in their draft to get better against it?
Let's just see from the grand finals. Maybe both teams will be ready for Suyo.
Cheeky!
This guy!
Coach Sigtang is cheeky!
He's got something up his sleeves. I know it.
Just say something general, like crowd control, burst, DPS, setup, pickoff, suppression.
Better players.
Any coach.
You already said it all.
He's too good.
Oh my.
We got prepped, man. We got prepped.
Coach Sigtang.
He's a rock. We're getting nothing out of him.
Absolutely nothing.
Fair enough. I think it's generally a fair point. I think that Suyo is always going to be is in an interesting position as of right now.
Until it gets, say, adjusted.
Perfect. I love that you bring that up because Coach Tic Tac, if you were Muntong game dev, how would you nerf this hero? How do you deal with it? Everybody is struggling already, but I mean, we've got some hot opinions of what needs to be changed for Suyo specifically.
Well, for me, it's the CD reduction of those skills.
Oh, I thought he was going to go straight into the Soul Sever, the extra 20%, but the cooldown, that's a really good opinion here. Something to think about at the very least, but I think that maybe even Muntong devs might actually, if he does predict the draft, or even so, the patch, I'm gonna be knocking on your door, Tic Tac. I'm gonna be knocking on your door.
Inspired.
I'm telling you, people are gonna be taking these ideas seriously.
Now, the thing is, we don't know when this is going to happen.
Also true.
So, how do we overcome it for now? Is Suyo, because we've seen a lot of trades in, especially in MPL PH, we've seen the Nolan traded in with the Suyo, and sometimes it works for the Nolan, but so far in MPL ID, it hasn't. Do you know why maybe it's not working out? Like, we can't find a proper counter towards the Suyo.
Well, I don't know, but on PH teams, Suyo team is very strong. They're strong. Hard to counter.
So what's the answer?
Because it's like maybe we just let the grand finals.
I swear.
The grand final.
Still have MCs, right?
I'm telling you.
Oh my God.
He could be abducted, tortured. He will not give up this secret.
Yeah.
He will not give up this secret. And hopefully today, I'm gonna hold you to your word. We better see some answers here.
This is a man that you guys can trust. Orgs around the world, man.
RESPEC team, man. Respect. But my goodness, Coach Tic Tac, we can't get anything from you.
What else should we pick from his brain?
I'll tell you what. What are now that we have 2 M Series competitors here, both RRQ as well as TLID, how do you think they're going to fare up in the internationals leading up to M6? I mean, the format has already been revealed. The Swiss stage is kind of like it's anybody's game, really.
Well, for me, the Swiss format is very good. So because the draw, right? The draw lots. So we get that kind of potential. So from Swiss format, it's best of the best, and that's good.
Do you think it'll be more challenging for these teams?
Yes, and I think it's more challenging for teams.
So you agree?
Especially for the other regions.
Oh. So you really like this format and you want this format to continue onwards?
Yes, definitely yes.
Hey, wait. I want to pull this back just a little bit. I don't like the fact that he said the other regions here. So where do you think MPL ID currently is standing with their current representatives amongst those who've already been revealed for M6?
Well, for me, honestly speaking, MPL ID and MPL Indo PH on the same level right now.
Wait, what? Wait, coach, could you repeat that? Sorry.
Yeah, they're the same right now. Same level right now.
MPL PH and MPL ID are at the same level. Is that what you said?
Yes.
DJY? DJY? Clip that now, please. Thank you. Okay, jokes aside, why do you think that is? Because a lot of people are saying MPL PH #1 or even MPL MY #1 and then MPL KH #3 and MPL ID #4. What makes your opinion that way?
Well, for me, honestly speaking, on the grand finals with RRQ and TLID, there's no imports. Same as PH.
See, I didn't say that.
Hey, don't look. Don't look.
I didn't say that.
Don't get Malaysia involved in this conversation. We've got imports for days. We love it. We love it. Give us more if we could.
Yeah, Gideon. Hey. You heard Coach TikTok.
I mean, we got 2 Filipinos already. We're already ahead of the game, man. We're already ahead of the game. Look, I think at the end of the day, anybody going into M6 is going to be a true competitor. And I agree with Coach TikTok here. Even though that MPL Indonesia may not have had great runs during the international, those are very, very short moments. And I think, as he mentioned, Swiss Stage gives a chance for everybody to really hit hard.
Who do you think out of certain regions that you think might be a big contender that we don't notoriously see very much?
For me, Malaysia.
Malaysia still.
Wow.
Especially with SRG.
Interesting.
Okay,
Shout out to Coach Sharkija.
No surprise.
I mean, what were you expecting?
Why are you... Now he's really happy.
I'm just fanboying. Don't worry about me.
So we do have a little bit of a, an asset here, a lower third, a draft pick recap from RRQ's win against TLID. This was the upper bracket series that we saw previously. I think it was a couple of days ago. Gideon, do you think that you have anything you want to nitpick regarding this?
Yeah, actually, there's a couple of things that I'm a little interested to get Coach TikTok's opinion on. Towards game number 5, actually, where we do see their composition being relatively, well, I don't know. I think it's a little difficult to pull off to a certain angle, but I want to get Coach TikTok's general opinion about game number 5.
Well, the game number 5, it's about the execution, actually. Who is the best execution will win.
So you think it was an equal draft? It could have gone 50-50?
Yeah, for me, it's you.
Wow, okay, that's interesting.
Now, Coach TikTok, I have to ask here. I think
the only problem with on the TLD is the crowd control, I think.
The crowd.
Yeah, I can agree. I definitely agree with that. Now, based off of game number 5, and yes, we hear a lot about this execution. Everybody is like, oh, you need to be able to perform good, you need to make high impact. But then there's also the problem with initiative, right? Somebody needs to make that call, and they're going to take full responsibility if it goes down. What do you think? In this meta right now, do teams, or especially players who take that initiative, is it very beneficial in this meta right now, or is it just, it's kind of like whatever?
Yes, almost not to name it. I mean, the best initiative will win the game.
Okay.
So very improv, basically, right? Initiative, initiative composition as well. Very simple, very short answer though.
Okay, we're gonna, try and gather the pieces and the little hints that Coach TikTok have been giving us, because it does sound like we'll be really ready really soon for the grand finals. So Coach TikTok, thank you so much for having a little bit of a discussion with us. Hopefully you can give us a little bit more, maybe in DMs, privately, off the record.
Off the record, yeah. Please do.
But it definitely has been a blast. So what was his prediction earlier?
4-2 TLID.
4-2, yeah, for TLID.
4-2 TLID. Let's hope you're right. Very unprofessional of me to just say that. Okay, anyway, thank you so much, Coach TikTok. We'll catch up with you soon. So thank you so much for being with us here for MPL ID. And, have fun watching the playoffs. Have fun watching the grand finals.
I had fun.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Coach.
Thank you, Indonesia, for me. Yeah.
Man, 4-2. I can't believe it because I don't. Seeing RQ's performance so far.
Look, I have to agree.
4-2 TLID?
I think, honestly, even for me, I would have pushed it all the way to 4-3. But then again, TLID has been showing that they're a very momentum-based team, right? They win the first two games of the series, like, it looks like they're dominating. And then the sudden dip, and then the momentum shift, and then potentially a reverse sweep. They like to play with our hearts a little, but even so, they just need to stay warm throughout the series.
That was 2 days ago, though, Gideon. Yesterday, they showed us a different side of TLID this playoffs. 2-0, 3-0.
So we'll see, ladies and gentlemen, who will be able to lift up that trophy. But it's going to start here because it looks like both teams are ready to take center stage. And with that, we're going to throw it over for our opening ceremony.
Live from El Dorado Dome, Bandung. MPL Season 14 Playoffs, powered by Moonton. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official coffee partner, Good Day. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Sampurasun baraya, hatur nuhun, tos sumping di Grand Final MPL Indonesia Season 14. Dan Bandung bagiku bukan cuma masalah geografis, ini adalah historis. Pertarungan memang akan dramatis, karena bagaimanapun takdir dua tim ini memang berada dalam satu garis. Apapun hasilnya, kita harus harmonis. Karena di akhir yang paling kita perlukan adalah kita ada di satu baris, mendukung dua tim Indonesia yang sudah punya karcis ke M-Series, agar sejarah bisa kembali mereka tulis. Barudak, pesan Aki. Di sini senang, di sana senang. Di negeri asing, kalian akan bersaing. Jangan terbawa beban untuk menang. Karena Aki percaya, jika kalian berjuang, apalagi melampaui yang sekarang, tidak ada satupun rintang yang bisa jadi penghalang. Kalian adalah paling yang tidak bisa membuat kami berpaling. Dan semoga Piala Dunia bisa kalian bawa pulang.
Empat kunci telah terpasang
Dan tersisa 2 kunci milik 2 tim tersisa yang akan berjuang. Hilangnya kunci dari tim yang telah pulang bukan berarti harapan hilang, tapi justru jadi harapan yang mesti para grand finalis topang. Secara wujud, ini memang kotak, tapi sebenarnya ini adalah pelambang lahirnya sebuah babak di mana harapan tim yang gugur tetap terbawa oleh 2 tim yang berada di puncak. Perlambang bahwa dukungan kita harus kompak untuk mendukung perwakilan Indonesia membuktikan bahwa mereka layak bertarung di M6 World Championship dan membuat sejarah sekali lagi tercetak. Dari Grand Finalist MPL ID Season 4 hingga Grand Finalist M1 World Championship, raja yang telah membuat era bercita-cita menjadi juara, tapi di panggung dunia pertama hanya sampai kedua. Musim demi musim berganti menjadi dinasti. Waktu itu mereka adalah kiblat, sebuah arah untuk menjadi hebat. 4 piala MPL mereka dapat. 4 tiket M-Series secara beruntun mereka babat. Mereka adalah tim Indonesia yang selalu bisa pergi jauh, tapi hanya untuk jatuh. Dan pada satu titik, dinasti pun runtuh. Pilar-pilar yang membuat mereka menjadi besar satu persatu tercecar. Piala dan panggung dunia yang tadinya selalu sempat berlalu. Sang raja sempat dibilang B aja, tanpa ada yang tahu bahwa mental mereka adalah baja. Kalah tidak membuat mereka kapok, tapi berpikir cara berbenah untuk hari esok. Dan di season 14 semua berbalas. Pilar-pilar baru yang buru menang. Kata Pak Ape, kumpulan pecundang yang menolak menyerah. Mereka berjuang, berjuang, dan berjuang. Hingga suara ragu tertutup oleh semangat mereka yang lantang. Di M6, sejarah di XL Asiata Malaysia yang belum dicapai kembali dimulai. Karena dengan pilar baru ini menciptakan badai pun bukan hanya jadi andai. Berlaga dari musim ketiga, saat itu menang hanya jadi semoga. Di regular season 0-14 mereka kalah tanpa belas, kalah tanpa balas. Mereka bukan tim yang sekedar kalah, tetapi memiliki harapan saja sudah jadi hal yang mewah. Di musim ke-8 sejarah diukir, menjadikan analis sebagai player terlihat seperti langkah terakhir. Tetapi dari sana justru harapan baru lahir. Kebangkitan tidak bisa dicegah. Dari langganan papan bawah, mereka terus melangkah hingga top 3. Tapi itu hanya sesaat saja. Di saat ingin beranjak ke puncak, di situ nasib tidak kembali berpihak. Kejayaan seperti hilang tanpa jejak. Chemistry retak, harapan terserak. Saat itu, pilihannya hanya 2, rusak atau rombak. Mendatangkan generasi baru, bara menjadi biru. Dari api yang berkobar, jadi penunggang kuda yang membawa kabar bahwa juara baru akan segera kita dengar. Karena para darah muda ini lapar, dan pada nama mereka tidak gemetar. Pada raja mereka tidak gentar. Hingga kata juara berhasil mereka kejar.
Inilah Grand Finalist MPL ID Season 14, RRQ Hosi dan tim Liquid ID.
Tidak membuat kita jatuh, akan membuat kita melangkah lebih jauh. Itu adalah jalan yang kedua tim tempuh. Bukti bahwa mereka telah tumbuh. Di season 13, di babak play-in, mereka gagal. Kini di season 14, mereka siap memperebutkan piala di babak grand final. Dan siapapun yang mengangkat piala nanti, itu sudah menjadi bukti bahwa masa depan MPL Indonesia dimulai di sini.
Insurgents and revolution, the cavalry, now a band of young stallions, are under the subjugation of the royal kingdom. But now, it is their time to break free. Led by the usurper, they stage a rebellion and charge forth towards the kingdom. Behind the castle walls, a prince trying to unearth his crown leads his army to battle. Seeking ascension to finally become a king, he liberates his sword and prepares to fight. Cavalry or royalty? Welcome to the grand finals of MPL ID Season 14. It is Team Liquid Indonesia against RRQ Hoshi.
The Kings, who've been able to force the Cavalry to bow to them in every meeting in the regular season all the way to the playoffs. Last time they met, it was an upper bracket final match, and for Liquid, the biggest doubt for them was could they conquer the mental block that they have? It's always just been lingering up against RRQ Hoshi. The answer was no, not yet. 2-0 lead. Didn't matter. They were still reverse swept by the Kings. But today, after getting all new morale, I would say, beating Bigatron Alpha 3-0 with a declaration of war back again to start this coup, to start this rebellion, to try to take that throne away from the Kings of Kings.
It doesn't mean the King of Kings can kind of rest easy though. They're up against Team Liquid, and every single time they meet, it seems like they get closer and closer to getting the job done. So for RRQ, the pressure is just as high, if not higher, to maintain their dominance, to once again gain success over Team Liquid ID and prove to the audience, prove to the world that this is their time, this is their moment.
The loyalists of the kingdom, of course, it has been a long time coming. Finally, in M6, they stand strong. However, still, there is going to be one more obstacle that they have to overcome, and that is toppling down the revolution that is going to be built by Team Liquid ID. They were able to at least convincingly win yesterday, 3-0 against Bigatron Alpha, but the problem with Team Liquid ID is that they have been on the backs of Restream and Kaon because they haven't been able to beat them since the regular season.
For some reason,
our counters
has really just been the kryptonite.
Yeah.
Like you said, full counters for Liquid ID. So what is it, Arashi? What's going on here? We've been speculating that it's a mental block. We've been speculating that they're overthinking. But here in the grand finals, are we expecting the same? Are we expecting Liquid to bow down again? The Cavalry to bow down to their kings? Or will they finally take that mantle for themselves? You know, the Usurper has been looking very hungry. Mr. Flavor Fave.
Flavor Fave.
The whole Cavalry has been looking very hungry, very eager to prove themselves. But for RRQ, I think that's the big question here, is have they shown their cards? The way they were able to actually perform not so well, but then afterwards immediately recover and go for a clean sweep, clean reverse sweep. A lot of people are thinking, man, that shows that RRQ still had cards up their sleeve. I mean, the Lunox pick on Skylar came out of nowhere. That's the issue when you're dealing with Keskute here, right? The Trickster. What is he trying to do in this current match today, right?
That will be all for us at the caster's desk because we want to throw it up to the panelist desk to decipher what is going to be the case for today's match. So panelists, take it away.
The boys.
Thank you so much, casters. Thank you so much. Realize we have Mirko as well as Arashi over there, and we're back here on the panel with me, Eterna, alongside with Gani as well as Gideon. And we're moments away now of coming into the drafting phase for our first game of this best of 7 series. And you know, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you at home as well watching, just to remind you, this is going to be the first time that TLID with this roster have actually experienced a full best of 7. It was only a best of 3 in the regular season to a best of 5 and best of 7. So this is not a sprint, it is a marathon, and the marathon starts here with RRQ actually being on red side.
Boy, oh boy, TLID, they will be tested. They will be, I think this is going to be their biggest obstacle. Remember, regular season, it was RRQ #1 position. Will that story be the same, or will the prophecy of Aaron the Conqueror be true?
Honestly, I'm genuinely worried for TLID. Yes, I'm going to be leaning towards their side, hoping that they take the victory here, but RRQ have been looking very stellar throughout not only the regular season, but when the kill switch goes off, I don't even know how to explain it, right? First 2 games that they played against them, it almost looked like maybe, just maybe they had a chance, and then suddenly new varnish, new polish, and new text coming out from them as well.
So we're gonna see how that all pans out, ladies and gentlemen, as we enter the drafting phase. Game number 1 presented to you by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S14 FE. And again, we're gonna take a look at the bans here. TLID go for the Edith first ban, alongside with RRQ, full respecting Cho in the first phase. What's going on here?
Well, I can only assume that they want to get rid of some of the more flexible picks, or more so set up potentially for a Valentina. And I'm only making these assumptions from St. DeLuca's perspective, because from Kescute's side, he's already getting rid of the Chill, banning out the Fanny as expected. I don't see the chip just yet.
Chip and Suyo is still on the table here, getting
thank
in a
God.
turn-up, but Matilda actually banned out from Blue's side. This is very interesting. TLID, they like to rock the Matilda, but it does seem like that they will pariah the Suyo or Chip more.
Amen, amen. Now there's only, oh baby, come on, St. DeLucas. I'm pretty sure that you've been holding this back all this time. Chip comes through. No more illegal bans coming out from TLID.
Wait, is this the first time we've ever seen Chip let go in the playoffs?
In the playoffs?
It should be, right?
Yeah, I'm telling you, this has been the mind games. Nobody should ever ban Chip on the blue side, and only TLID is the only team that does that, and that's so bizarre. So this time around, it's looking even cooler.
And this is the thing, though, right? We haven't seen Witty on the Chip too much. Is this a big gamble that they're going for?
I think Chip is so broken that it doesn't matter.
Especially with the minds of Witty, right? Witty the Wise will rock and exploit this hero like it's nothing. Very, very strong response though. Natan and Yves, their high ground is looking very, very solid.
I love it. I love it. At least from Kescute's perspective, he understands that if we are going to go for a full-on team fight, I need to limit the area of influence that you have. But TLID opt to go for Hilda once again, as well as the Alpha. Are they expecting Kescute to go for maybe Khalid? No, goes for the Bane instead.
Very interesting, right? Because usually you pick up the Hilda after the Assassin, or if you can, bait the Assassins out, but that is going to be Kescute picking up the Bane. So, what's your play now, TLID?
That's a big question. That's a big question, because if you're looking for neutral objectives, we've seen the Alpha falter against the Bane. We saw it yesterday, actually, in a opposite scenario, right? We saw that Fabian picks up the Bane. It was very difficult for Super Ken to pick up those neutral objectives on the Alpha. But I guess it depends on timing as well, right? Timing is going to be very important. In the second phase, we're moving on now. Lilia actually is the first ban from RRQ.
Really smart at Kescute. He understands that right now, seeing DeLucas' composition doesn't have any wave clear at all. Chip, maybe in the early game with Concussive Blast, but as the mid game starts rolling by, Chip really needs some extra wave push coming in, maybe from a Lilia, ideally a Yves, but I think now that both of them are gone, I can only assume that Kescute is only going to get rid of another mage as well.
That and game 3 yesterday, Gideon, Yeskiel rock the Lilia against the Yves as well. So somehow it's in a similar position here. So Kescute, yeah, we saw you game 3. Let's ban that hero out today. Carmilla ban though, from the side of TLID, understands that, hey, I think we are going to clump up, and it's the counter for that Chip.
So now the question is, for RRQ, do they want to ban out the Valentina?
Yes.
Right? Because Yeskiel needs a hero here, and if they want to kind of level out the playing field, they can go for the Valentina, but RRQ don't take it. They go for the Harith ban instead, seeing as that we did see that the Harith did do good, relatively good against the Natan in the lane.
Oh, I don't know about that, Arashiki. The fact that TLID is in the lower brackets is because he had 3 games on Harith and wasn't able to perform on any 3 of those.
I agree with that, up until their performance yesterday against Bigatron.
That's the thing. That's why I feel like TLID is a very momentum-based team, right? It's hard to say that everybody is consistent, but when they're heated up, their ceilings are extremely high, but then when they start to cool down, they're just a little bit below average compared to the rest of MPLID.
Like a microwave, it does seem like, right? Let's see here. RRQ, though, with the first pick in the second phase, what do they need? They have DPS already. They need bodies, right? So I'm thinking a hero here for, can we expect a Thamos here?
It's a little tough.
Terrazlock makes more sense. PZ, Flicker. We saw how, from the side of TLID, actually Iran, Flicker penalty zone on towards the Alpha, and perhaps Dyren wants to replicate that.
No, Dyren was the first person to utilize the Charisla in the playoffs, actually. So this is him picking it back up and be like, Iran, okay, wait. Let me show you how it's done. So this is a big problem, right? The setup coming in from the Terizla, sure, it's not as tanky as it usually was when we saw the prime of Terizla, but it still does its job as the facilitator.
It does very well, especially against compositions that want to kind of dive you, or you're looking to kind of stay away from the big wombo combos, right? It's a catalyst. It's the beginning of all things. TLID taking the Beatrix and Farsa. Oh, God bless.
This
God bless.
is signature Yehezkiel from way back when. Signature Yehezkiel that did not perform well, by the way.
And here's the thing. Facehugger used to rock this Farsa like it was crazy. So I believe he told Yehezkiel a thing or two on how to play the Farsa.
I don't know, this one might be a little difficult. As much as I want to believe that Farsa will eventually outscale the entire composition coming up from RRQ, there's just so many ways to cancel out the feathered airstrike, right? At the edge of the RWM, penalty zone, even with the deadly catch, a lot of ways to put yourself at threat. So I feel like TLID, they're going to have to take a very slow comp game. RRQ, just let TLID come into you, right? Get those first two items, wombo combo them to the ground.
And on top of that, the implosion from the Tigreal. So there's a lot of things that they need to figure out with this draft. And we're gonna throw it over to our casters to begin game number 1.
The Land of Dawn will be the arena. And will be the witness of whether or not the revolution will go through. Game number 1 of TLID against RRQ Hoshi.
The battlefield for the coup. Will RRQ be able to quench this rebellion? Will they be able to beat the usurper Fabian? What are they up to? Leaving the chip open in a grand final. It's a best of 7. Aran already putting the pressure down onto Dairon too.
Ooh, look at Terizla, man. We've seen Dairon perform well on this, but Aran as well. Team Liquid ID knows how the Terizla wants to operate, and they can kind of counter it. But the most important thing for sure has to be the Farsa, man. What season is it?
Season 8.
We were making jokes about it just yesterday. If you close your eyes, does it almost feel like nothing has changed at all? And in Season 14, the high ground artillery, front to back, backline setup is now back in fashion. Emblem share by IndieHome though, showing again the winner's blessing for mid and roam. It's all about moving around. But the bargain hunter for Skylar, showing some confidence here, knowing that he can probably move around and actually escape from a lot of this aggressive early game potential.
Yeah, the Farsa does kind of have that extra range in the lane against the Eve. But talking about the team fight, will the Farsa be able to at least survive the first encounters, the first, rampage coming in from RRQ?
Well, it depends in the collision. I feel like Team Liquid ID with the fighters, with the Alpha and the Hilda will be able to burst a lot higher. But the moment the fight goes long, oh, hang on a minute.
2v1 situation. That's a deadly catch as well. Aran to be forced to use the vengeance, but he will not be able to survive. Still running away. Wow, he does. The push is all he needs. Gets caught one more time. Okay. Aran still with the reach. And he gets it with the push. Brings the flicker forward. Stunned up by Winnie with a crash course. A big flicker wasted from Rins. Winnie shoved back into Subsujin. No deadly catch. Fabian will save the Spear of Alpha for the Turtle. More prio for RRQ, but TLID have the healthier HP bars.
Looking dangerous right here. Both teams going for it.
Winnie with the crash course over to Subsujin. Now it's going to be the feathered airstrike over to shove back from Eda. Faking with the Spear of Alpha. Going on the Tyrant still. Losing his life. Winnie in the back with the crash course is now. Aran jumps in, but he's going to be caught into the turtle pit. Subsujin guns him down. And Rins gets him out with a double kill.
Oh, they get it all. They lose nothing and get everything. It's going to be Subsujin acquiring the turtle for himself. Break down that fight for us, Arashi.
RRQ going in and out, waiting on the cooldowns. They know that the burst damage is massive from Team Liquid, but Eda was able to buy so much time, dodge away from so many skills using the Sacred Hammer as a bit of a displacement tool and also a repositioning tool. Team Liquid ID has to be careful, man. If they go for a long drawn scrimmage like that, they're susceptible to getting punished. But looking at Talent's prediction right here, I'm alone.
No, you're not.
No, you're not. Mirko is right there with you.
Yes, sir.
Two
Sorry,
votes.
I got used to us being on a different side.
Don't worry, Arashi. When BTR ain't here, Kescute is RRQ, right?
Hey.
So there's a bit of BTR there.
Yeah.
All right, deal. An alliance made between the robots and the Kings for now. But let's see, man. An interesting portion right here is that EXP lane, because Dairon, he didn't go for a Festival of Blood. He's going for the Wilderness Blessing. He wants to roam around there. He has the thrill to actually win out in the 1v1, so he's actually matching up to Aran right here, not really getting bullied.
Yeah. It's almost like yesterday, Aran. when he was playing at Terizla, game number 3, he was constantly rotating into that mid lane, right? Just to help build that prio, help with the Wilderness Blessing as well to, fasten up his movement speeds. And of course now Dyran on the subject of maybe a potential dive. But he's still tanky enough to survive the onslaught because he is a Terizla after all. Sure, the body of Smith has been nerfed, but at least he can be able to just hold himself right there.
Flashing this emoji right there, Sticker. Dyran is playing it safe. No, he doesn't have to risk anything. Wave is still going to be available to be collected by him. Yeskil though, rushing the lightning truncheon. Nothing else, not even the boots. He wants that burst damage. He knows his team is relying on it to get those pickoffs in the early game. He needs to be the one roaming around with the wings by wings to actually combo with Witty.
Yeah, he needs that burst damage early game because look at TLID now. They want to advance further. Oh.
Amazing poke from RRQ. Rins is popping the real world manipulation, getting the prio over, but remember for TLID, can utilize it as a quicker forward in the crash course, also with a shortcut. Rins gonna be compromised. Fabian with a steal! We're in the back now, Ron jumping in. Skylar getting rid of him, but yeah, Heskil has rotated over. We'll try to go for some damage. A-Rod cheeky with the advanced rage. Dyran's still able to survive right now, but look at the damage, the implosion! Edok finding two. Aran jumping back now, getting one. Getting very low, the push right there. Edok will fall, Aran will live. The cavalry charges, and they get the dub in the second turtle skirmish.
Again, a trade happening. Heron Shiki almost able to take down Rins. What was that, Arashi?
It's a great move from Team Liquid ID. They make sure they use Aran to its full potential. That's the combo, but look at Skylar.
Whoa. Of course, you Heskil with the rotation. Skylar, you have the flicker. Can you dodge from everything? That's one. That's two, a basic from Witty. Dyran trying to help up in the top lane. We'll go for the hammer strikes over to the mini waves. We'll try to survive the power of wildness. We'll shoot Dyran down. He will have to respect this damage. In the mid lane, that's a solo kill. The Usurper is online.
This mid game is disgusting, man. The sustain, the damage, all these fighters for Team Liquid ID and all the long-range burst damage is really allowing them to really threaten our RQ. Even when they're playing safe, it's never really that safe. The fact that the Vengeance is also on Aran, he can just go in the back, and even if he gets taken out eventually, Skylar's gonna lose so much HP beating on him. And we've seen yesterday, Aran actually goes for the blade armor afterwards. Yeah. So Skylar's gonna lose a lot of HP, and Rins is gonna be zoned out because Aran's gonna run straight at him, kind of negating his effect in those big team fights where the Yeve, in theory, should be able to actually spam out more DPS.
Now he has the Thunderbelt ready, of course. To take a look at the audience prediction by the new application GoPay, 86% for RRQ. Of course, the trust of the civilians of the kingdom still stands tall, unearthed on the kingdom, but Fabian.
Whoa, very brave to go in onto Edok, but that will give them a lot of advantage. That's Edok forced to back away. But the airstrike over to Rins. Very, very low. Entropy forward. The snipe down from Skylar. A-Rob trying to pinch him down with the Mirror's Passion, unable to find it now as Dyran will peel. That's a shot down, but it will not connect. Aran caught. That's a turtle taken down by Fabian. Meanwhile, Witty now pops into the shortcut. Fabian pops into that shortcut. Witty will lose his life. Edok, implosion, finding Witty. Fabian is slicing through the Kings like they are nothing. Edok down, Rins down. The two members who've been so reliable are now down, and Fabian wants to continue the battle. RQ don't.
The Crown Prince is still intact, but you can see the Usurper inching closer to the Revolution. Fabian again, just diving into the backline of RQ Hoshi.
All this pressure, man. 2,000 gold ahead. Even the mid turret, Team Liquid ID pulling off all the stops. They know they have the better early game, and they're just forcing RRQ into these brawls. But the fact that RRQ are able to find something small, very small wins in these fights, kind of keeping them from actually losing too far in gold. But 3K is definitely significant, and Team Liquid ID, they're not stopping here. They do have that shortcut by Chip, so they can keep forcing out these plays from RRQ. And despite the fact that they've been clumping up for the deadly catch, for all the AoE of RRQ, they've been coming out on top, showing again how much sustain is there. Because Rins has the glowing wand. That is the reduced amount that Team Liquid is using to sustain these fights.
And Yeskil just rushed into the Divine Glaive as his second item. But number one, it was Lightning Truncheon. Now it is the Divine Glaive. Talk to me about this item, Arashi. What is he trying to achieve?
There's more burst damage, man. Farsa's base damage is already quite significant. So just trying to make sure that any magical defense gets negated will be good for them. But Edok, man, against Aran, it's so difficult to recontest and find anything. looking at Aaron Shiki, he also has the BOD already completed. So if they really get low from the Farsa, the threat of the Renner's apathy coming in out of nowhere from the sidelines. We've seen a couple of close calls. RRQ definitely have that in the back of their mind.
Also, was that a malefic floor as well from Aaron Shiki?
Yep.
Just to try to cut through the front lines of RRQ Hoshi. But then again, the way they spaced away, the subliminal amount of, ultimates that they can use to just push the players of TLID away is so significant. And now the Lord, they'll try to fight for this. But it's like only Faven standing in the way of RRQ. They're blitzing the Lord.
We do the crash course now, also the shortcut. Everybody piling in. Could definitely catch the feather airstrike. Will snipe him down together with Witty. Dive on him. Passion from Aaron Shiki. Able to find two. Now Rins is next in the chopping block, but Witty will respect it. The entropy backwards. Lord 1 taken by TLID.
They enter the castle of the kingdom and they make it theirs. Having a party, feasting with the Lord. They get it for free.
It's a great play for Team Liquid again, using the shortcut to zone everyone away. And again, Aran taken out, no problem. Massive value for Team Liquid ID. And along with that, even though RRQ wants to try and hit back, the fact that Aaron Shiki can stand there and burst down everyone, full channeling all the ultimates, because Aran has taken away all of that damage, bought in all that time. They have the Lord right here, and they do have the global presence. What are they going to try and do with it? If you take a look at R7 making an appearance here.
Now they're on. Look at Witty.
Running forward, Witty is able to just crash course.
Implosion as well. RRQ will take Witty. But what do they lose? The Lord is still on target despite the entropy, the bottom lane. Holy defense. Already baited out. Up top, Skylar will finally deal with the Lord. It's taking a bit more time. It will fall to the mini waves there. So at least it is a tier 2 and a holy defense in the far lane for the Cavalry.
Holy Crystal though for Skylar is hitting his power spike. And that means that Atan can be much more, oppressive in the team fights and in the defense later on. But as they say, Lord number 1 is to take map control. And they look for a conceal play.
Oh! The penalty zone now. Aaron Shiki will be caught. Skylar eliminates him. Aran looking for an angle. Faven looking for some damage. Feather airstrike forcing him down. Not taken down. Aran in the midst of it down with the vengeance as well.
Aran
will not be able to find a power wilderness. Skylar still able to cut away. Now Rins getting the kill back. Shortcut. Fabian, after recalling, after going into the mid lane, will be able to rejoin the Cavalry forces to get rid of Tyrant. 2 for 2.
They fight back, and they fight back hard. RRQ is looking for a Hail Mary play, but TLID, they charge forth. The Stallions ready for any form of oppressiveness from the kingdom.
No entropy. Fabian finds his pure alpha. Now the deadly cast appeal from RRQ is not enough to take him down. Fabian will finally be slain, but at what cost? With a double in an outplay. But still, it's TLID who are able to take that kill back. Now, who's it worth for?
Considering the Team Liquid ID was ahead 4,000 gold, RRQ, it's down to 2,000. It has to be worth it for them. They've bought more time. They've stopped the momentum of Team Liquid ID. Man, Sutsujin, what is he made of? How do you find that moment there, walking through danger, just deleting Yeheskiel?
Ice cold.
Ice cold. The mercenary is here to back up the Crown Prince. Look at that damage. And this warrants a respect towards the Bane, because the Bane, as time progresses, as the game gets later, the damage just becomes disgustingly insane. And that is built upon, burst damage as well for the Bane. And this could be the time frame where TLID has to respect it, has to be wary of it. And now they prepare for a Lord Dance.
Heading around for now, but there's the chip in the back line.
Witty looking for Skylar. Won't be able to find it. Sutsujin going to be pressured down with a better airstrike as well. The burst Sutsujin, the mercenary finds it. Meanwhile, the fight with a shortcut as well. Aaron Shiki will take it. He will go forward, baby, and find the Spear of Alpha onto Rins. 1, 2, 3, Kings falling. The shortcut taken by Enoch to look for the juke, but it's only 2. The clutches of Witty, the clutches of Yeheskiel, and now we're down to just 1. It's just Skylar against the Cavalry.
The Crown Prince looking to defend his crumbling kingdom. Will he be able to hold this? The Cavalry charges forth.
The further airstrike, Skylar with a flicker, able to get rid of the cannon forward now. Aaron Shiki faction trying to go for it. Fabian falls, but they will take the battle in game 1.
They take control of the castle walls. the young stallions. They charge, and they charge hard. Game number 1, TLID 1-0.
A great use of momentum right there. They know that RRQ, they can't really afford to lose more lords with the base turrets getting lower and lower. They go for that macro play. They go for the flank with Willy. That's the power of the chip. The backline in shambles, the formation disrupted. And RRQ, despite having that golden combo, the Yve and the Natan, are unable to stop the momentum, the speed, and the charge of the cavalry.
We talked about the Yve and the Natan boasting a very high win rate in the playoffs. And Rins with the Yve as well, 100% win rate broken by Team Liquid ID. Does this signal something, Arashi?
I mean, it signals that Team Liquid are here to fight, despite the stats, despite the history, the 100%, despite the 3-0 so far in this season. They are showing that they can break those numbers through sheer will. That is Team Liquid ID demanding respect from the Kingdom.
It's insane how they're able to recover from this. The Lord taken away by Sitsujin, but their backline was collapsed upon. Edok bought a lot of time for Skylar, for the Crown Prince, to run back to his throne, but still not enough. They were able to maximize the initiation shortcut from Witty as they secure the first game. The chip has to be respected after this.
They definitely got to respect it. We were already questioning it here. Thing is, this is the grand finals. We've kind of filtered out all the teams who can't play the macro game. We've already filtered out teams who don't have, a vast hero pool. Leaving the chip open was a big gamble. I would even say, you can't even call it a gamble. It was ridiculous risk. It was super low risk for TLID to take that pick. There was no trades.
I'll take it away to the panelist desk to talk about that game.
Thank you so much, casters, for bringing us game number 1 in this best of 7 series that TLID successfully will lead here 1-0 against RRQ. That was a 13-minute, almost a 14-minute game. And I would say with the Farsa being picked up, with the chip, with the Beatrix as well on Aaron, these are heroes that we don't see quite often for this team. And it turns out it worked out wonders for them.
I mean, let's start from the draft, right? That Matilda ban from the side of TLID, it opened things up here. Opened things up, like the Suyo being open, Chip being open. Does seem like RRQ, they are more afraid of that Suyo. They banned it out. Chip, they thought that Natan and Yve will be enough, but it's not.
I don't know. I feel like a couple of things don't seem to line up here, right? TLID, one of the only teams that I've seen ban out the chip in the blue side, decide not to do it at the very end here at the grand finals. Does that mean that all teams in MPL who have like these weird quirks have been just like, even RRQ, all of a sudden we've never seen Skylar pick up a Lunox, he picks Lunox into the Harrods. So is this all just mind games? Is this all just a deep conspiracy the deep state is putting into this at this point for MPL ID?
Honestly, it's possible. Honestly, it's possible. And the other thing that I really wanted to point out as well, this is a Kez kind of thing. Sometimes he likes to experiment in the early stages of a full, like a best of 5, a best of 7 now coming into it. I think he was experimenting. Let's try and let the chip go. We know the damage that a Suyo can do, but we haven't seen the damage from the chip quite just yet. Let's test it out for game number 1. He did it. It turns out the gamble didn't pay off.
Well, to be fair, his composition that he cooked up was honestly really good, right? It's just the threshold. If this game drags out until 15 minutes, I think definitely is where we see the big turnaround for RRQ. And I was even mentioning to Gummy, it's like, man, TLID, they're starting to run out of time. Like, Skylar is about to hit his power spike. Everybody on the side, even Dyren, as well as Yve, both already at the point where he can actually slow down the initial push from TLID.
Yeah, I mean, I think also to add to that, right, that far side actually caught RRQ off guard. I feel like that Farsa pick.
Well, let's look at our MVP. If it's not Witty, I would have to give it to Farsa. Yeah!
Okay. And here it is, the player of the game presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S14 FE. So let's talk about this chip just a little bit more.
So, chip, usually in all regions, it's basically 100% banned. And for good reason, because Chip forces you to think about the game differently macro-wise, right? Valentina, for an example, makes you think about the draft a little bit different with what ultimates you're giving. But in terms of entire gameplay, I think that RQ did a really good job at actually surviving somewhat in the early game, because Chip can easily just gank you out of nowhere. And especially for laners, and I think even for Skylar, he would be pretty annoyed if Chip suddenly caught him off guard. So I think here, when we start looking at the very first fight of the game, that's where we see it, right? Weedy goes in, he doesn't have his ult, can't really do much about this scenario, they trade equally. And this is where RQ is particularly strong. From this point onwards, once level 4 comes by, I think that RQ should have slowed down the pace of the game, start to focus around, or at least expecting Weedy to dive into that backline to set up for the big wombo combo.
It's a very straightforward, direct approach, right? It's rinse and repeat, right? You go to the back lines, you find two, Weedy will pop the ult, and yeah, they will overload you with damage. You have the Farsa, and one thing that I really like in this specifically in this game, the Farsa has the wings by wings. Give does not.
Yeah, and at least for being Farsa, you scale a lot harder than Yve. Your burst damage is rather ridiculous, and it's very easy to pump out. And I think a couple of fights that TLID ended up losing was mainly because I didn't hit all 4 of my shots. I missed 2 out of the 4. And when I do hit him, I think it was, no, it was definitely not this one. But as you can see, Farsa not necessarily being in a position where you have to take the portal every single time. The added range from that feathered airstrike allows you to be a little bit more flexible. You just got to be relatively near Weedy. You don't have to be on top of him.
And that actually brings me to my next question that I really wanted to ask. How long is the cooldown for Chip's ult? Is it a long one? Is it a short one?
I want to say 40 seconds.
Yes.
Level 4. Right? So level 12, maybe 30-ish.
Because I find that quite interesting, because there are a lot of moments where he actually pops in the portals that he utilizes just to bring even one player from TLID in. Like, we saw a couple moments that he actually utilized it for just Fabian to come in to follow up into the team fight that he had to kind of go back before. Or maybe Fabian was actually chilling on a certain neutral objective that Weedy successfully dodged.
Well, I mean, think of it this way, right? Because when you're using that portal, it's also a transportation tool. So if, let's say, if you're a jungler, right? You do a particular clear, you're going to repeat that process. You're going to go start from your orange all the way back up to your purple. But guess what? Lord is spawning on the orange side of your jungle. And I'm already at purple. I don't want to walk all the way there. So Chip can actually teleport you real fast in those types of situations, especially when you know that, hey, our WM is down. We know for the fact that the Deadly Catch just got used, so it's pretty safe for us to transport you here and win over the neutral objective.
And also, that is why the efficiency, right, of this hero is still that expensive. I feel like, yeah, maybe call it experimenting with Arkiyoshi. Definitely will not let the chip go in the second game. Take a look at the items here. Aaron Shiki, 512, yeah, straight up, right? Penetration, have to seize, Hunter Strike, and also that Malefic. That is where I feel like, okay, you got the Malefic. Arkiyoshi is going to feel the damage, and then he adds more BOD. Arkiyoshi cannot handle that damage, that sort of damage. 13 minutes.
I mean, we look at the gold distribution now between Aran and as well as Dairon, and honestly, it's not too big of a deal, right? Because both of these guys were more concerned about the team fight than they were about their lane half the time. Once they walked out of the laning phase, I felt like Aran just kind of like checked out from the lane. He's like, oh, hey, Dairon. Walks away. Comes back, hey, how you doing? You're looking good. Walks away still.
And this is a unique thing, because from the last time that they met, we actually observed that Dairon had a really good foot in with how Aran actually rotated. And I think that was one of the main pillars as to how TLID couldn't have their footing in the neutral objective fights especially. But why this particular time, Aran seemed to have the better out of Dairon?
Well, I don't think he had the better out of Dairon. I think Dairon had some pretty good engages, but the counter engage coming out from TLID, and honestly, Aran got really lucky a couple of times thanks to his Wilderness Breath and giving him extra movement speed and his natural passive to keep him alive. He should have died like 2 or 3 times in the early game, but he survived with a sliver.
Yeah, it does seem like that Aran just... It seems like he's lucky, but sometimes his calculation is that deep, right?
I think from 3 minutes onwards, that's when his calculations started to kick in. That first lane one, oh my goodness, he's clenching his butt cheeks.
Okay.
We saw that moment, right? He was on a sliver of health.
One.
It took like a couple more seconds for him to get taken down. Luckily, the healing just came back in.
It's great. It's great. And generally, I think this game really is a great showing for MPL ID because there's such deep understanding, right? Kescute decided, hey, you guys don't have any wave clear, so I'm going to ban out the heroes with wave clear. And then you get Beatrix and then Farsa as a way to kind of compensate for that. And not even that, even when we saw in the items, right? Going for Blade of Heptases, for an example, is not exactly very common amongst Beatrix players unless you know that I guarantee want to burst somebody down, which is what the comp wants to do. Because if it drags out and you get wombo comboed by what Kescute was throwing out, I don't think it would have been an easy game.
Because we've seen a different layer of Beatrix, right, Gon? We've seen the Beatrix go Sky Piercer in the beginning, but usually that's because when it's a paired win with like something like a Franco or something like a Kaja. But yeah, I like the adaptability that this team has shown, as well as in the drafts too, because technically with the Farsa being picked up, one, they're able to utilize that early pressure from level 4 that the chip offers, but also a layer into the late game just in case it gets to that point. Because remember, RQ had the Natan.
It's a very good balance, right? All right, it does seem like SDL knew that RQ, they will pick up the Natan and Eve. And hey, guess what? We have the Beatrix and the Farsa that can equalize in that department. And well, TLID, they win the early game because of the chip rotation, very efficient. Heavy, and of course, Flava Fave again delivering his world-class performance. Sure, a miss retry a couple of times, but not really impactful in a sense that it was crucial. Mid-game, they got the Lord, RRQ. They were the ones who was struggling to find the right connection.
I think, all right, now as much as the panel here being, you know, big blue supporters, I think that RQ had some really good ideas. Generally, it just boiled down to just timing, really. It's just timing. All these early fights that were coming out from TLID, and because they were winning them, sped up the timer, but we did see RQ actually fight back, trading equally 2 for 2s, 3 for 3s sometimes, despite having a 2, maybe even 3 deficit, 3K gold deficit. So it's pretty good for them. I just think that, like, they just needed 2 minutes and the meal prep was complete.
Because technically, the Natan, Skylar, he already had his Holy Crystal, right? Did he get the Divine Glaive at the end? Did he? Was there enough time for him to secure that item? I think we'll get a little bit of a flashback later on, maybe after. But I don't know. TLID, they knew their timings really well. They knew that, you know, pre-level 4, they didn't have the power spike that they needed. And especially, that's why the first turtle was a little bit shaky for them. So the drafts are going to be interesting when we get into game number 2. But before that, we are going to throw it over to our host to see. Huriklar Mongstar, Melissa, what you doing over there?
Satu poin pertama yang didapatkan oleh tim Liquid Indonesia. The Cavalry! Mana semangatnya? Tapi nggak mau kalah dong, Kingdom, mana suaranya? Dukungan terus mengalir dari seluruh super fans yang hadir. Nggak hanya yang ada di rumah yang lagi rame banget nih, pasti lagi ngetik untuk mendukung timnya. Tapi juga ada di, tentu saja di venue ini, ada 2 nih yang tadi masuk ke dalam capturean kita di gelora juara kita. Betul sekali Bude, langsung saja ini dia, boleh silakan perkenalkan dirimu, siapa namanya?
Nama saya Ridwan, asal saya dari Tegal.
Lah, dari Tegal? Bang Tegal?
Ya.
Wis Madang?
Tampun.
Tampun, rang apa kenapa enak ngomongnya dewek. Oke, satu dari Tegal. Di sini jauh-jauh naik motor.
Ya, benar.
Untuk hari ini nih?
Ya, benar. Dari hari Sabtu lagi.
Dari hari Sabtu. Berapa jam tuh dari Tegal ke Bandung?
Hampir 7 jam.
7 jam. Kalau sebelahnya boleh, namanya siapa, dari mana nih?
Nama aku Dita dari Cirebon.
Wow, Cirebon.
Ya.
Naik apa nih ke sini?
Aku naik travel.
Naik travel khusus ke Bandung?
Iya, khusus ke Bandung nonton RRQ.
Dari hari pertama?
Iya, aku dari tanggal 23 udah di Bandung.
Suaranya sampai serak nih didengar-dengar ya?
Iya, teriak-teriakan dukung RRQ.
Keren. Tapi kakak-kakak di sini jauh-jauh untuk mendukung RRQ. Gimana sih kalian, udah puas belum ngeliat RRQ mewakili Indonesia ke ajang M6?
Cukup puas sih dengan hasil ini. Gitu.
Cukup puas ya, tapi Ridwan dan Dita sendiri harapannya hari ini di Best of 7 berapa poin yang didapatkan oleh RRQ nih pengennya?
Aku 4-3 menang RRQ lah pasti.
4-3, berarti 7 series dimainin semua nih ya hari ini. Kalau Ridwan sendiri gimana prediksinya nih?
Prediksinya 4-1 lah ya.
Oh, berarti ngasih 1 tadi poinnya udah ya?
Iya, kasih 1 aja ini.
Kasih 1 aja. Emang serem nih ya di sini. Ridwan kalau boleh tahu di sini, coba dong tunjukin seberapa cintane tresnone koe karo tim RRQ. Dari kapan sih kamu cinta sama RRQ sampai rela? Apa yang membuatmu jatuh cinta pada tim RRQ?
Ya dari season kemarin RRQ kalah kayak gitu ya Bude ya. Kita juga Tegal pernah bikin RKK season kemarin gitu. Ya dihujat sana sini gitu. Sampai akhirnya season ini dapat rezeki akhirnya bisa ke Bandung gitu.
Akhirnya bisa ke Bandung menjadi, mungkin kamu ngelihat sejarah berjalannya RRQ makin cinta lagi berarti ya?
Ya benar udah.
RKK nih, hasil RKK.
Betul sekali melihat perjuangannya pasti gak main-main. Tapi kalau Dita sendiri udah dari kapan nih jadi Kingdom setia untuk RRQ?
Aku sebenarnya udah lama sih, tapi kayak nonton ke MPL itu baru ke stake-nya pas lagi season 12, pas RRQ pulang ke duluan apa yang lawan BTR kalah.
Jadi memang
pas di Jakarta.
Pas di Jakarta, berarti jauh-jauh juga tuh pergi?
Iya, aku dari Cirebon ke Jakarta juga nonton RRQ.
Demi nih ya. Tapi boleh dong, mungkin ini kan saatnya kalian untuk menunjukkan cinta kalian, menunjukkan seberapa cinta kalian. Boleh langsung ingin mau disampaikan sesuatu atau mau ngajakin Kingdom di seluruh dunia untuk jatuh cinta juga?
Ya buat Kingdom yang di luar maupun yang di dalam stake ya jangan lupa lah dukung RRQ biar bisa juara di M6 sama juara di MPL Indonesia.
Ridwan saatnya kamu semangatin nih tim RRQ. Let's go!
Salam buat RSI Bahari Korn yang dari Tegal yang sedang mengadakan nobar di Warmindo Hita. Itu aja udah.
Buat RRQ-nya yang mau main
Buat
nih?
RRQ tetap semangat lah, fokus, riset semuanya pokoknya game ini. Kita sikat abis sisanya.
Sikat habis.
Betul sekali. Terakhir kalau kan ini sudah pasti masuk nih ke M6 di Malaysia. Bakal ikut ke Malaysia nggak nih untuk dukung tim tersayang?
Ya kalau ada rezeki pasti bakal ke sana sih.
Kalau Dita sendiri?
Aku udah ada niatan mau ke Malaysia.
Wow, fans setia sekali untuk RRQ. Dan kita harap yang terbaik ya pastinya untuk hasil hari ini. Terima kasih banyak Kak Ridwan dan Kak Dita.
Ya, udah,
betul,
sama-sama.
kita semua akan langsung melihat bagaimana Best of 7 ini akan berlangsung. Tapi sebelum itu kita akan langsung ke panelis mencari tahu seperti apa game kedua akan berlangsung. Inilah dia, RRQ dan juga tim Liquid ID. Game kedua.
Thank you so much, Bude, Clara Mongstar, as well as Alyssa for that, cute interview with the fans on stage and in the venue. Man, I swear I have not seen the venue this packed.
Fair enough, it's the grand finals.
Not this packed.
Hey.
Come on, it's
all the
MPL
way
ID.
outside. I think this is one of our, well, no, not technically, but it is one of our biggest venues that we've had.
Is it? Wait, actually? Wait.
One of.
If you include the MPL festival, it's...
It's like packed outside too.
I mean, would you count like M4? Because I think that would technically be the biggest. I am knocking the ball out of the park here and setting unreal standards. But I will say it's a little jarring for me because I come from MPL MY, right? Stages like this is ridiculous. Like I used to complain a lot about Homeboys fans and Vamos fans being extra loud. This is ridiculous. They had 2 sets of parades walk in.
I mean, it's bound to be a good day, when that happens,
I'm
right?
just
It
glad
sets
I'm
the
not casting.
vibes. Oh yeah, you're right.
When they were walking in, I'm pretty sure they couldn't even hear each other, and I'm sure because of that, it is kind of set the tone amongst the fans.
Yeah.
It's not crazy.
It is.
Wild.
Wild.
Intense.
Intense? Does that, wait, are those synonyms that would describe when you're drinking a good day, maybe?
If I'm having a good day, I'll be drinking a good day, all right? It's ready to drink. The coffee is in a 3-in-1 ready-to-drink bottled coffee with a variety of flavors as well, including fantastic mochaccino original cappuccino, tiramisu bliss, and avocado delight. And we actually tried the groovy cookies. Magnificent.
Yeah.
Magnificent. So this good day, ready to drink coffee, is perfect to enjoy while you guys are gaming with your friends, because every day is a good day with good day. Yeah.
GG, good day.
GG.
GG, good day.
Every
Thank
single
you.
time.
Get in, Donnie. Good day.
That's actually really cute.
It's not that cute.
That is super cute.
It's not, no.
I don't think cute is a right or
it cute,
the
guys?
precise term.
Where do I fit in?
Where?
GAG.
Gag?
GAG.
The gag duo. Trio, sorry.
Trio.
I meant trio.
GAG.
Keep your BL fantasies to yourself, woman, okay? Look, we've got professional things
Oh, yeah.
to do on our
I
hands
forgot.
here because honestly, considering that how everything has been kind of playing out, and honestly, even your regular season MVPs have been looking good. Coming into these playoffs here, at this point of time, like I cannot figure out who's going to get the MVP.
That's a big question, right? Season 1, it was Watt. Season 2, we have I Am Jago, Udil Rect, Vin, Albert, Luminaire. Oh, Luminaire, he got...
Season 7.
Oh, interesting. Okay, CW, we have Clay, Kyrie, Sans, Keyboy, and then CW. So, I mean, for the most part, it's always been from, Fnatic Onyx and RRQ. But the big question is, who will it be for this, upcoming Grand Finals, right? Okay, let's say RRQ wins, and let's say TLID wins. So let's talk from each one, seeing as we've seen the progress that they've, undergone through the playoffs, as well as our first game in this Grand Finals.
I mean, it's the finals MVPs, right? We can't really see their playoff
Yeah, just, a little bit of
I'll
a
indulge.
guess.
I'll play around.
Okay.
RRQ, I really like Tsujin.
I'm going to say Edok. I think despite being the rookie, I think he is one impactful player. He's one of those players where it's like, oh, if he's doing bad, most people aren't going to even think twice about him. But then it's too late because when he makes like a 5-man ult or something crazy out of nowhere, or even his Franco hook, right? I think that alone is enough.
Nightmare. You're going to stick with Tsujin?
Yeah.
Okay.
What about you?
Me? Oh, I've never been asked back. This feels new, guys. Thank you.
Blushing.
I feel important. RRQ, I think I would go for... Oh, it's tough. Okay, just reflecting from game number 1.
You got a lot of good options here. I think, even Skylar has probably a pretty decent chance at it as well. He's been playing pretty well during the regular season too. So it's been doing great.
I think I gotta agree with Gideon.
Dyron?
Okay, Edok.
Yeah,
Ooh,
I think
Edok
Edok
too.
as well.
He's great. I think definitely a standout for RRQ. I think that Dyron is kind of finding his own, but it kind of depends on the meta. I think
agree.
if the meta leaned more towards what Dyron likes to play, I think it would have been GG well played.
I agree. Okay, let's TLID.
Easy. This one's easy for me.
Yeah, I mean, it's Fabian or Witty.
For both of you guys?
Yehezkiel.
Yehezkiel!
I think he is the missing piece to both Witty and Fabian. Without Yehezkiel, I think both Witty and Fabian probably will be at each other's throats.
So you guys have included me in this conversation. But let's include the audience in this conversation too. Not about the MVP, finals MVP, but rather how can RRQ, it's okay, we'll go back to that later. But how can RRQ equalize in game number 2? According to you guys, statistics show 45% give Skylar space to farm. All right, so let's talk about that. Did we think that Skylar was not given space to farm? We'll start with you, Gunny.
We'll have two things, right? Space to farm, meaning the other 4 distracting the, like going to the other lane so that, yeah, he has space, quote unquote, to farm, or someone babysits him, quote unquote, a lot, rotating towards the gold lane a lot to have space to farm. Either way, I feel like it's hard against TLID.
I'll say right now, 68% of the audience is wrong. Because they need to be aware, specific, now, let me preface it,
I like this.
Aran, beware of Aran's aggression. It's not because he is aggressive, but what does that tell you? If somebody in lane is low and they start walking up to you, Does that not seem suspicious? Like, you're already winning the lane, but he's still walking up to you. That means a gank is imminent. I think that RQ need to figure out what some of Aran's patterns are, because I think he's got some pretty dead giveaway tells about how he plays the game and what that could signal for the rest of his team.
This is the first time that I've been on a panel and one of my panelists is like, no, I disagree. I like this. Guys, keep on disagreeing.
Oh, look. It's not that I entirely disagree. I just think that...
No, it's okay. I like it.
You sure?
Yeah, it opens discussion. Right?
Let me just check if my Instagram's still around.
I didn't say that, guys. I didn't say that, guys. That wasn't Aeternal. That wasn't Aeternal.
The genuine fear.
Back to this. So now, coming into game number 2, we do see that there is a difference in side selection. RRQ will now be on a blue side. Instead of red side. And remember, we were talking about this, the fact that they forced a Matilda ban in the first phase for blue side for TLID, but now that RRQ are the ones on blue side, how do you think this is going to change the scene and scope of the first phase?
Before we answer that, you guys follow the same system, right? If one team, it's coin toss and then the losing team decides which side they are. Okay, perfect. So that means that I would imagine that Kescute is probably thinking, okay, now that we know for a fact that they can play chip, we can go back to the standard of drafting where blue side is mostly dominant, which RQ does a very good job at, right? I think right now, if TLID want to stand a chance in this upcoming game in the draft, they need big tempo breakers, because I can only assume that RQ is going to set up to get Suyo for themselves.
Tempo breakers, i.e. Cho, if possible. Tempo breakers, i.e. Ruby, if open, or if it accommodates the composition as well. I mean, now with TLID second pick, I see Yves being the hero that might go and fall to the hands of TLID. Does RQ have the response to that? Maybe the Valentina for Rins.
Oh, that's actually a really good point, because technically Yves has been doing really, really well for all teams who have picked it up so far. Wait, are they still 100% win rate?
Game 1, Yves, RQ, they lost?
They lost it, right? But TLID still 100%?
I think 80-90 if not.
80-90, if not they drop.
If not 100.
Oh, no, they definitely drop one. Yeah. Okay, so that means what would they have to do? I think we need to start thinking about the other lying mages that could be played. Valentina, as Bonnie mentioned, is great. I also think that Lilia needs to be taken into consideration. One more, just because it got shown last game, has to be Farsa.
Farsa Rins.
Exactly, and that adds layers now, right? It's not just as straightforward as we once thought. It's no longer just Jushin, Yves.
That's
right.
Lilia, Yves, Valentina, right? There's layers to it, but once again, ladies and gentlemen, look at this. Oh man, even TLID are going all out. It's not just the Kingdom here showing up for their team, but the Cavalry is here to show themselves as well as we make our way to the drafting phase for game number 2 in this best of 7 series. This is the drafting phase presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S14 FE. And let's take a look. The bans are already in place. RRQ on blue side. We have the Fanny Joe Hilda ban. TLID Chip and the Suyo. Talk to me about this, guys. Matilda?
They want the Matilda.
I don't know. This is what I was worried about, right? SQ, he's really smart. He's already thought about it. It's tempo breakers, he got rid of the most important one, which is Cho, because they're setting up for Assassins. They wanted to ban out the Fanny. I'm pretty sure they will always ban out the Fanny no matter what side. And St. DeLuca is like, okay, get rid of Chip, get rid of Cho, and now he has to make a really difficult decision. Do I still focus down on the Assassins? No! Goes for early game aggression bans,
He opened the Matilda for RRQ, and RRQ will gladly take it / deny it from the hands of Weedy Device. TLID, they will pick up the Yves and the Alpha, so they will deny the combination, that cheeky Matilda Alpha combo.
And so, does the Natan come to play here for RRQ?
I think I think they should pick up the Natan, or if not, they might explore the Focus, perhaps the Bane. Yeah, they are going to prioritize the jungler here, because if you remember upper brackets, Bane was always banned at second phase from side of TLID.
Yeah, but also Bane makes it really annoying specifically for Yehezkiel on this Eve, because now every time you drop the RWM, you are put on a timer when the deadly catch is coming at you. You want to get as much damage as you want to, but you're not going to get the full extent of your ult.
Wait, does the deadly catch cancel the real manipulation?
It doesn't, but you don't want to eat the damage.
Right.
You don't want to be put to 1 HP because of one shark.
All right. So Ixia here gets banned by TLID.
Very smart.
Yeah, I mean, TLID actually brought the Ixia yesterday, but it does seem like TLID knows that RQ that definitely can rock this Ixia. They do not want to give that opportunity to RQ though. It seems like they will ban out bodies, right? Hero for Iran, I think that will be their main priority.
I have a big question. Do you think the Angela might surface here for TLID? We've seen TLID fight support with support before.
As a last pick?
If not that, Rafaela?
As a last pick.
Yes.
Yes. I think that is going to be the case. And Barat, as expected, right? EXP leaders will be the target. Iran. No Hilda, no Barat, no Khalid.
I think there's not much of a winning matchup here, because right now Phobius does pretty well into most things, even against the Ruby to a certain extent, but it's a skill matchup, right? Also, one more thing that needs to be taken into consideration for the EXP is whether or not they need to like get their hands on something that can slow things down, right? Maybe even play a Terizla here still to kind of keep them in place and force out ultimates, or they go straight into the CC and just purely focus on winning the lane.
Oh, the CC, I like that. But RQC, it seems like they are, now they don't want to deal with the heavy spins that Akai can't produce. TLID, and they should just pick up the EXP here. What EXP? Barak? Is that the desperate play? Is that the only play?
They can go X-Morg if they wanted to.
X-Morg. High loss. Forgot about the high loss, but
I think high loss is kind of like mid here, only because I don't think it's a bad hero. I think by all intents and purposes, it's great, and that's why it's in the meta. But against Bane, against Matilda, that's where it gets a little bit iffy. If they add one more layer to it, a means to kind of slow them down on the Glorious Pathway, or even just taking up a Valentina for themselves, it kind of just evens out the draft anyways.
So Valentina is definitely on the board here. So again, real world relation, perhaps here of Alpha can be stolen, but no, they are going for that 2-Sin and the Irithel, most likely with Sprint.
Okay, so the signature Irithel for Skylar does pop up here, but this is a Jushin pick into a Yve that has been quote-unquote the theoretical counter.
Angela, no. Support v support.
I feel like this last pick might not necessarily matter. Because looking at RQ's composition, it's push and pull, right? It's all
Ruby.
I think they need a stronger initiation tool, but then most of them have already been banned.
So you don't have Is it a Grok?
Yeah,
there you go.
All right.
Yeah, so it ends up Saint Lucas decided instead of going for a full dive composition, tell you what, let's just change it back up. We're also going to play the push and pull. So this game is going to be very adaptable. Both teams are going to be playing a very strategic game of ping pong where they're going to be rallying against each other. And once we get into the late game, that's when we see the very big smashes where Phobius comes in, Deadly Catch even, and even the RWM. So we need to see that evolution of the ping pong into the tennis and then the tempo breakers.
Oh, that's it. Let's see, I think TLID, with that draft, we might see a 1-1.
Oh, okay. Okay, the bold statement here from the panel, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna see exactly how this ping pong tennis match proceeds between both of these teams as we throw it over to our casters for game number 2.
Game number 2 on the cards. CLID, they have 1 foot in the castle of the kingdom. But now it is the time for the kingdom to once again reinstate their oppression.
They're gonna stake their claim to try and get that early game dominance. We were expecting something completely different, man. With the bans showing up earlier, we thought an assassin was gonna show up. But once again, it's a jungle, utility jungle, fighter jungle showdown here. And Fabian and Susujin both duking it out. But now it's a very different approach. RRQ seem to be doubling down on that early game option.
This Irithel is picked, right? And we saw it. Skylar yesterday with the Mathilda and the Irithel playing around. Don't you think it's situational? But before that, the emblems, Rashi.
Ooh. Wow, Litho taken by Fabian there. Emblems by Indihome showing the tenacity for Yehezkiel, respecting the aggression coming in. Dairon with the agility and the Festival of Blood, so he's trying to play that massive frontline role, but ooh, duel.
This is the thing, it's still a skill matchup in the bottom lane, man. It's not entirely a win for the Irithel. You do have an advantage, in a way, for poke and wave clear, but Aaron can do what he's doing best, laning.
Yeah. Back to my question, though. The Irithel Matilda combo in this scenario, do you like it? I mean, sure, they have a high loss, they can charge at them, and as well as the Alpha, maybe, but oh, Skylar.
Good juke, but damage still. Oh, can't really ignore that. Skylar almost taken down, has to pop in sprint. Sutsujin rotating over, has it, and they catch Witty. Bit down by the Sharks.
Wow, out of nowhere, Sutsujin playing it aggressive, matching the Alpha, getting the gold buff as well. And on the top side, even with Aran trying to be sneaky, avoid laning, cutting the wave, Dairon actually came in to punish him, kind of equalizing the situation. Looking kind of okay for RRQ, but the big moment is this turtle fight. Can they actually get it done? A lot of zoning tools for RRQ. It's tankier frontline technically, but Team Liquid has a lot of damage and a lot of true damage at that, and more sustain.
Yeah, TLID, they want to contest this turtle. And Yehezkiel already level 4, has the RWM to just push them away. But now Rin's coming in.
Crimson Beacon, a flicker backwards as well. Fabian with the Spear of Alpha over to Rins. Now the glorious pathway to the back as well. Now it's going to be the Infernal Pursuit all the way to Witty. Sutsujin able to utilize the distraction to go for it. Rins still able to escape. Witty very low. Dairon on the chase. Infernal Pursuit from Dairon. And he gets the kill down. Aran is next on the chopping block. And it's RRQ with an amazing win in the first turtle fight.
They strike hard and the cavalry off their horses. 3 kills in 3 minutes, and they get the turtle as well.
We've seen this before, dude. The Tsushin, deceptively tanky and doing a lot of damage, a lot of distraction in the early game, diving to the backline. It was looking so weird, so wonky, and we've seen it go wrong before, but it worked out right there, and Dairon on the Phobius, man, putting it down. RQ doing a great job utilizing the strong pick that they first picked, but now can they maintain it? Can they find more?
And now the Rafaela pick, right, in the hands of Witty. Yesterday, Key picked it up as well. Now it's in the hands of Witty. What are the comparisons you could draw in this composition, at least, to fight off RQ?
Oh, wait, what? Witty pops the flicker. Okay.
Every time I ask a question, something happens, but that is not what I expected.
Need a certain ego from Edok to kind of get information, trying to find control, and with that moment, with that exchange of resources, they're gonna go for the third goal, but look at this.
Oh, Crimson Beacon, Witty gunned down again. Rins with the Lantern Flare, Aaron going to enter Entropy, and now it's gonna be Fabian with the flanks as well. The Spear of Alpha able to find another kill over. It's 2 for 2. Fabian caught in the bad spot. Sutsujin does a bit too much damage. Now Yehezkiel against Rins, flicker out, and Yehezkiel gets the kill. 3 for 3 at the end of the day.
Comfort zone for RRQ. They're able to dive into the tier 2 turret and force a fight into Team Liquid ID's waiting hands. RRQ, is this the lead they're looking for, Arashi?
It was looking so good. I thought the tower was definitely going to fall, but they kind of overextended a bit. Team Liquid ID, the fact that they were able to actually get somewhat of an equal trade there is definitely concerning. But right here, there's so much control over the turtle. You can see Fabian immediately just going for the clear, going for the other resources available on the map. But look at the duo on the top side.
Yeah, 1v1. They run with a flicker. That's a mistake. Skylar will capitalize on that mistake. A solo kill. Dairon all alone. Able to flicker out of the Holy Baptism, but you cannot flicker out of the glorious pathway. TL will get a trade.
What is it with Team Liquid ID and their flickers in game number 2? That was a miscalculation from Adon Chiki.
It certainly came out of nowhere. I'm looking at the items here. Whoa, hang on a minute. 1v1.
Deadly catch now. The spear versus the shot. Sutsujin soloed. Fabian getting the shutdown now. Getting the Lantern Flare to throw him back around. Fabian traded back again.
Wow. That's Sutsujin 3-0 taken out by Fabian though. So they're both having 3 kills, but in theory, Fabian shouldn't be able to win it out there. And from that engagement there, Skylar also wasn't able to get the turrets. So both teams are hanging on to their early game objective very well.
Yeah, the baptism again whipping this time around. Aaron Chiki has the entropy backwards. Circling Eagle knocking him up. Aaron very low, and now the Lantern Flare on him. Skylar with a heavy crossbow takes them down under the tier 1 up top.
The power of the Irithel Matilda combo. This time around, the Crown Prince has company.
And even with the Has clause, there's no need for Skylar to go back. He can stay on the map indefinitely. No mana cost. Our Q using it as pressure. Gonna for sure be able to get the tower on the top side. But even on the bottom side, Sutsujin being very active here. Which one will Team Liquid actually move towards?
No. One will have to address the wave created by Sutsujin down bottom, but this just gets scarier for Team Liquid ID. But in this scenario, Arashi, in this sort of circumstance, can they still bank on the Natan?
I think they definitely still can. That's a lot of damage.
That's disgusting.
Oh man!
That's
just
spoken
one
away.
axe.
That's just one war axe, man. Around in the back now, looking for it. Oh, Spear of Alpha missing the glorious pathway. Dodged away from now the circling eager to go onto Aran. Meanwhile, Tyrant in the back, forcing real room. Palladium will be shredded down, and it will be a trade 1-for-1. But Witty picks a kill. It's an XP for an XP. RQ get all the turtles in game 2.
I think the big deciding factor here is the fact that both frontliners, the Hylas and the Phobias, one can kind of delay you, right? The Hylas is too beefy to kind of push through, but the Phobias can actually take you out, having a lot more damage built into the kit. So now RRQ can actually be a bit more aggressive because they know that Dyron, however you want to spin it, becomes a bigger threat compared to Aran on the Hylas. And that single advantage is allowing them to just control more ground. But again, Team Liquid have that late game.
Circling Eagle, Aran, no vengeance this time around. The Holy Baptism, again from Witty, only landing onto Dyron.
Yeah, and the Phobias can somehow skip the high loss as well, right? You could practically target the backline of TLID indefinitely as E-Dog just opens up the map for RRQ. Now the question becomes for TLID, how do they want to deal with this Phobias, Arashi?
You just have to wait until they get a bit more damage, but even then, with the Vengeance, it's going to be difficult, so they have to kind of play the back and forth. That is what we theorized earlier with that Rafaela pick. They wanted movement speed, but look at Rins.
Crimson Beacon, Aran still trying to go for the defense in the mid lane. Pops in the glorious pathway and dives all the way to the back. TLID, is this a mistake? The Holy Baptism catches on the Skylar. Oh, Dyron's free hitting. Now, 2 fights going on. Dyron able to get that Infernal Pursuit. Fabian very low. The chase around Shiki! Again with the flicker forward, only to get gunned down by Skylar.
The Stallion misses his flicker yet another time. RRQ, all hands on this game.
6,000 gold advantage. Is this a mental block you're talking about, Mirko? Playing the Natan against the infamous Natan in the PLID. A lot of moments here where it seemed so close yet so far. Skylar on this Irithel that really shouldn't be doing so well. 5-1 and 5. The mobility allowing him to just be so aggressive.
Holy Baptism, no, under the terminal. Skylar now makes a mistake. Gets caught by the real world manipulation. And TLID, they'll have an advantage. Skylar shut down 20 seconds. And it will be a Lord that is in the Lanadon, up and ready.
Mistakes after mistakes, both from the marksmen of their respective teams playing today. Now the Lord, though, they want to blitz it, but I think they're just waiting for Skylar to respawn to get even more source of damage.
Oh, that burst, man. Circling Eagle, forcing the vengeance out now. Deadly catch, Witty! Disappears straight to the back now with the Crimson Beacon. Able to get some damage down as Fabian goes in, gets straight to the back as well. Here on Shiki with the entropy forward. Fabian slices through Dyron. Yes, Teal gets the kill back, but Sutsujin shoots Aran down. Another 2 for 2. Skylar back online. Heavy crossbow onto Fabian. Will use the Spear of Alpha defensively, but the Circling Eagle to the back will be able to find 2. Aaron getting gunned down. The heavy crossbow is too much for Aaron to handle. And the Kingdom again are able to make it work.
Team Liquid ID overzealous. They saw that momentum. They saw the mistake from Skylar. They thought that they had that Lord for sure, but they overstayed. RRQ were able to find a relatively equal trade, and the moment Skylar returns, that was a signal to retreat, but the cavalry just did not notice it.
Oh! Almost just one-shotted.
What is the damage?
Yikes! A lot of damage from the Kingdom. They're angry. They don't want to give up their throne that easily. They don't want the castles to be usurped by the Stallions now. Aaron Shiki 1-5 as the Natan. Is there still a late game angle?
If it goes long enough, there's definitely a late game angle. At 10 minutes, 6,000, we saw that Geekfam were able to come back from such a deficit, but RRQ, what is the plan here to crack open the base? This is the Nathan Eve combo with the Hylas. They do have Siege, they have the Irithel. But the mage, it's a Sushin. What's the plan here for Kescue to really crack open this base? It might be some kind of dive.
Yeah, it's more of a zoning mage with the Zeusin, right? You want the CC to keep on going, but the Lord will blitz and march forward.
Lord in the bottom lane. No, first Lord, so should be able to defend this. Again, it's a Yve and a Natan combination. Last time we saw, I would think it was day one. Fnatic Onic having a 12,000 gold lead, but struggling to end against a Natan and a Yve.
Now we talk about it, right? The Natan and the Yve, two of the best base heroes for defense in this patch, in the playoffs at least. Will RQ be able to topple down that foundation for TLID?
Ooh, man, we'll have to see. Looking at the items right now, already the Glowing One and the Divine Glaive. So he's Yehezkiel here, not playing to shred the front line. He knows the Iron's gonna be tanking up too much damage, too much sustain. He's gonna focus more on having burst damage available in case Skylar makes a mistake, in case Weedy finds a great stun onto Skylar. He can just follow up and deal a ton of burst damage. For Iron Shiki, it's only about scaling up here. Holy Crystal almost completed. It's gonna be a massive spike. But the Radiant Armor is completed for Dyron, so again, it's kind of neutralized for a bit. Maybe one more item will be required before Team Liquid ID can really claim to have that shredding potential.
Yeah, he has his Holy Crystal ready for Aaron Shiki. Now the big problem is he able to exert the damage? Because the problem is he has been overextending and creating, you know, minute plays that is not necessary. Flickering forward with the entropy as well. That has been the criticism towards him since yesterday, even since 2 days ago in that match against Beatron Alpha as well. Now it is a matter of how he will hold himself when the time comes.
Now this is a delicate situation for Team Liquid ID. RRQ, just want to get the Lord, try and get some structures, that's fine. But Team Liquid ID, if they fail here, they falter and lose their front line, there's a lot of ground that RRQ can chase them through, and there's a ton of mobility available for them.
Yeah, this Lord is important. 7.9k gold lead in the hands of RRQ. They look to even subjugate TLID further. They look for the zone, and here goes the Circling Eagle.
They spawn Faven in the bush. Peter of Alpha, eat up. Able to flicker out, but whoa, the healing's there. Dyron with the flicker, finding 3, and now Skylar gets rid of all of them in the back. Substitute with the red tree, and the Kingdom, they will take the fight here in the second Lord fight of the game. Skylar is a goddamn maniac.
The Crown Prince might look for the Savage, but it's way too far. Yehezkiel still riding into the dying night, but the Kingdom is here. They wanna reinstate their oppressiveness towards the cavalry.
A lot of damage, a lot of burst. Yehezkiel going for the play.
RWM on the Skylar, very low with the Wishing Lantern, but again now in front of pursuit. The Demonic Force onto them. RRQ will level the game, will level the series in a best of 7. It is 1-1.
Woo! The Kingdom, they will not go down without a fight. 1-1. They equalize the score. TLID. The revolution still on hold.
Wow, what a recovery from RRQ. We saw the draft, we kind of doubted it. It didn't seem to connect, but maybe that's exactly what RRQ wanted. Who needs connections when you approach the fight from 4 different angles? What was that last fight? Before Team Liquid understood, they were charging into an ambush.
They were running to the back line. They had their target. They had their eyes on the Crown Prince. But his soldiers, his army, protected him. And RRQ at least, again, that fight, that spirit is still there.
Oof, man. I'm seeing great moments from Team Liquid ID still, but RRQ somehow, they're able to just maneuver around the expectations. So many times you saw that Guiding Wind used to just bait out resources. I think Fabian even showed a bit of discomfort there. Prodded at, poked at, you know, approach from multiple angles, not knowing where is the real attack coming from. Let's take a look at it again. It was looking so weird because Edok made the move so early, and I thought for sure that he might get punished for it. But he flickers out again, baits a ton of resources, including the entropy, and look at the backline. What backline for RRQ? The backline is diving towards the backline of Team Liquid.
Yeah, they were giving and handing themselves on a silver platter, offering themselves in the very eyes of the kingdom, in the very eyes of the maniac Prince. 1-1.
That's very just unlike Liquid, I would say, man, in game number 2. The flickers randomly from Aaron Shiki, those miscalculations.
Yeah.
And fighting with an 8,000 gold deficit. Fighting when clearly the power spike has been kind of delayed for the time. They got the Holy Crystal and they thought this was still a normal 11-minute game, still a normal 12-minute game. No, it's a game with an 8,000 gold lead. They didn't defend, they just went for a fight.
Well, panelist desk, break it down for us.
Thank you, casters. What an amazing comeback by the Kings of Kings, RRQ, to equalize this to 1-1. And obviously in the grand finals, we wouldn't expect anything less from both of these teams, but we have got to talk about this game. Man, I completely agree with the casters, especially Mirko bringing up the point that TLID made a lot of mistakes, and RRQ, being the strong team that they are, completely capitalized over them.
This is the thing, right? We mentioned that TLID, they're a team that is addicted to the rush, but they're behind, so they need to keep their addiction to that rush. When they're behind, they need to, just slow down their pace.
Rein it in.
RRQ, they got the early game, they got all the newts, important fights as well. Yeah, of course they want to push the pace. TLID, they need to tone it down when they're behind, especially Euron and Natan, who got the Holy Crystal minute 12.
Yeah, I think the worst part about all of this is had the team just kind of kept even against RRQ, this would have been a very different story here. But like multiple times we see that Aaron Shiki tries to go for this 1v1 early against Skylar and misses just one ability, makes one singular mistake. Because had he shut down Skylar early on in this lane, he probably would have been able to be more effective in fights like this, for an example, trading maybe 2 people before the double kill happens.
It's again, from the draft, we know that the Rafaela, sure, it's good. It adds mobility, it adds sustainability, but that's why RRQ, they know they just want to push the tempo from the get-go. They can overwhelm them with mobility with the Matilda as well, and we saw how multiple times as well the win came into clutch, saving Sutsujin, saving Skylar, and with Sprint as well, Skylar is able to mobilize very, very fluidly in the Land of Dawn.
So we're going to see who gets crowned the MVP or the player of the game for game number 2, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S14 FE. We talked about Edok, we talked about Skylar, but let's talk about Dyron now, as he's able to claim this title for our second game. What did he do to deserve this title?
Get his hands on Phoveus. It's just so good for what he is required to do. Because again, at the beginning of the game, I told you, these compositions, it's going to be a constant push and pull between the both of them. They're both baiting each other out. But the beauty of this Phoveus is that I could make a mistake and I press one button and I basically buy myself 0.5 seconds worth of time every single time he taps that ult. And he can effectively do it as many times as he wants to because he has Edok as a way to bail him out of tough spots. So it's interesting because for me, I thought maybe he was going to go, if he had full faith in Edok, he would have taken a Vengeance. But with the Flicker, it makes him very flexible, but it also could potentially punish the Natan. He takes the Entropy, goes all the way to the backline. You Flicker, passive mark him, and then instantly initiate.
Again, you mentioned initiate. Without Dyron here, multiple fights, there's no point of initiation without the Phoveus, right? You have the Matilda that can't really initiate. You're just there to cover. You've got Skylar who will protect his position. Dyron was the sole potential initiator in this game, and he played that to a T. It does seem like TLID, they got ahead of themselves. They weren't really ready in this position, and they took the fight, which cost them the game.
Which is why I think what Gideon said was very important, right? He mentioned that technically RRQ don't really necessarily need the tools to initiate. All they needed to do was work around and trust that TLID are a team at the moment that can't hold themselves back, right? There were so many moments that they were so behind, they didn't have the necessary skills available, equipment available, the gold available, the items available, and yet they still wanted to go in for these engages. And RRQ, they were very happy to just get and receive it on a silver platter.
I think, you know, overall, Skylar, the fact that he was able to find kills in his lane, would I say it's an outplay? Maybe the first one was the outplay. The second one, probably not. It was the onus was definitely on Aaron Cheeky, and all the kills afterward definitely were Skylar. He's ending this game 11-2-5.
Maniac, by the way.
Maniac skipped his boots, went straight into the Haas Claw, and played purely off of the timing of his sprint, which is, again, very bold of him, right? Not everybody is comfortable doing this as well. But in that mindset, right, because your scaling hero has already kind of caught up very fast to the item power spikes of everybody else, like Dairen, for example, when he got just the Thunderbelt alone, you could just see, if people are focusing on that Phoveus, Irithel gets a free access into that backline. And honestly, if I'm in TLID's position, I'm thinking that by the 5th, 6th minute, our two biggest problems is Phoveus as well as this Bane on Sutsujin.
And it's evident in that game, right? Sutsujin getting the important fights, sustaining in most of that team fights as well. And that Zushin is so annoying, Gideon. And also, why? I can't touch on the draft. Remember, Keskin banned out the Hilda. Against Zushin, the Hilda would do so much. It would get so much value. And that's why Keskin, he wants the Zushin, and that's why he banned the Hilda out. So that Rins can focus on elsewhere instead of hovering around looking for Hilda in the jungles of Sutsujin.
Oh, come on, Skylar. 945 GPM. I guess it did make sense, right? He got to that power spike so quickly, on top of the mistakes that Aaron made.
I mean, if he didn't die
Talk to us about that, right?
Well,
you think it would have hit 1K?
It would have if he didn't die twice. Because that was a huge shutdown when he overextended. He was like, all right, Edok, take me out. Edok. No! And Aran just stuns him before he gets it and dies to the RWM. Like, there's only so much you can really do. And honestly, this isn't even Skylar's highest score of yet. This game was going very well for them, but at the same time, I hope to see that Team Liquid ID is going to take blue side for this upcoming game. And RRQ Hoshi, I want to see some innovative ideas for red side. Because again, now that we've kind of like taken away the identity of these teams and gone back to the standard meta which we're used to, blue side has a huge advantage of predetermining what kind of a draft is going to be coming out for the game.
Really shows that the blue side really dictates the draft. And first pick value seems like the Mathilda is just popping off. Also, Team Liquid Game 1 blue side, they picked up the Mathilda and it really supplements their victory. On the other side, red side here, yeah, that last pick value, not really showing in the series.
Which is why this is such an incredible matchup. Because notoriously, even if, let's say, TLID gets red side, if they let the Matilda go on blue side, not a lot of teams can actually utilize the Matilda to how well Weedy as well as Edok utilize it. Because yesterday with Bigatron Alpha, Key picked up the Matilda, but the impact just wasn't the same.
Yeah, it's a different mindset here, right? It really boils down to how connected you are with the rest of your team when you are playing that Matilda. You want to be able to like communicate, oh, I could save you, without having to say that verbally. It's kind of like a sixth sense almost.
Chemistry comes into play as well, all right? Communication, coordination, and RQ, they got the better coordination in that game. They know what to do. They press the right buttons as well. TLID, slow things down. All right, I think that's just my recap for TLID. RQ, keep doing what you're doing. Kesq, believe in you.
I think I have a slightly differing opinion on this one.
Oh.
I think TLID need to play an early game composition right now. Because I think that, honestly, Aaron Cheeky is doing pretty good against Skylar. He made a couple of mistakes, but he was like, it's Natan versus Irithel. It's like a one auto worth of difference between the two heroes at equal level, at equal items. So, this is the lane phase, of course. So, if you play something a little bit more lane-focused, I think he's got a very good chance, and it might actually force Skylar to play something a little bit more on the scaling half of the thing, the scaling half of the marksman spectrum.
Yeah. I agree, but also TLID need to be able to adapt from that. Like, you can't just be able to play with an early game comp and utilize that to that's it. That feels so one-dimensional, Gideon.
No, it's not one-dimensional. I think there's a lot of beauty in early game aggression because it builds up to something big. And honestly, it builds up to something bigger than all of us, some may say.
Are you talking about... I like how he's mentioning big things.
Yeah.
Okay, building to
phrasing.
something big.
Bigger.
Bigger.
Guys,
better.
Greater?
Than ever?
Don't even. You talking about Kadia here?
I am. I'm talking about Kadia, ladies and gentlemen. Feel the sensation of entering the world of gaming in real life with the most complete facilities. And you can only experience that in Kadia City because it's not about just esports.
Okay.
It's about all games and communities and fans as well. And a new era of play awaits, so don't forget to follow them on their social media at Kadia Gaming. You can also scan the QR code down below. They also have a Discord that you guys can join to, really feel that community vibe on Kadia.
Yeah. Based on what I've heard, apparently like Kadia, as much as a city for all the gamers, apparently they've got like an in-city game thing.
Wow.
I don't know how to explain it because it's so massive. Like you go around to different checkpoints, having to do like mini challenges and stuff to get like points to eventually build up to something bigger. I don't know the full details about it, but this is what I've heard.
Sounds fun.
The little rumors going around.
Dude, that's not fun.
What do you mean that's not
That's
fun?
like super, super duper fun.
There you go. Always get me with that one. It's not just fun.
Super duper.
Super duper 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 fun.
Yeah, just the more dupers you add to it, the better it gets.
Of course, guys. But okay, let's go back. So 1-to-1, let's tackle that a bit. Because I feel like Aaron has this continuous behavior of making plays like that. We've seen this throughout the entirety of the playoffs. And sometimes he gets away with it because his team is already leading. But isn't that something that he needs to fix, that discipline?
Well,
I think it's Aaron Cheeky. He is that type of player, right? He likes to take the
risk.
50-50. He likes to take the risk. And this time, what bothers me, or what bothers perhaps the TLID fans, is he made a lot of miscalculation, which is unusual for Aaron Cheeky.
I feel like he rolled the dice maybe a little too many times here. Like there's obvious moments where it's like he clearly sees Skylar's kind of low. If I land just one ability, I can kill him. I can for sure kill him. And he did it twice and failed twice. One wasn't his fault because Edog was able to save Skylar with the help of the shield and the Flask of the Oasis. So instead of addressing Skylar as the problem, I think they need to address Edog as the main issue here. Because right now, if we are comparing Skylar to Aaron, I would say out of 10 games, it's 5-5 in the laning phase.
It's not even.
I think that Skylar's great in team fights, but I think that Aaron holds up to snuff against Skylar when it comes to the laning. Here, obviously he made a mistake, but we haven't seen Skylar. We have seen Skylar actually make the same mistakes before.
Interesting. I don't know. Do you think it's an ego thing? Because
honestly, maybe
It's play style.
No,
I would love to imagine if it was.
An ego play style, maybe.
Just give me a second. Because look, we know how Aaron is as a player, as a person. The personality that he exudes on the stage every time he goes in for the interview. He's very confident. He's very cocky. Okay? And the only person that he's actually said that he respected was Skylar. And he looks up to Skylar. So is this kind of him trying to prove a point? Like, hey, if we're talking about best gold laners in MPL ID, maybe it's not Skylar anymore. Maybe you should be looking at me.
Or maybe this is one of those like from idols to rival situation.
Yeah.
But he hasn't made the full transition. And he's still kind of nervous. He's just like, oh my god, Skylar actually respects me in lane.
Oh my god.
He's so
idolizing, fanboying.
He's playing footsies with me. He's keeping perfect distance all day. He's just fanboying in his head. That'd be so funny if that was true.
That's like how we all feel when we're casting with Gideon.
No. That was me with Coach Take That. I jumped the gun straight into like I gotta know this.
So you think that is a potential factor or layer to why Aaron is playing the way that he is?
It would be funny if it was. It would. I would. If the interview comes out and it happens to be true, that would be great. But I think right now it's about the outside factors. How can you get your supports involved? How do you get your mid laners involved?
So with that, we're going to throw it over to our host first before we start in game number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, what are they doing? Satu sama poin yang didapatkan oleh RRQ Hoshi sebagai penyeimbang dalam game kedua match Grand Final MPL Indonesia Season 14.
Begitu ramai dan begitu ketat tentunya, apalagi yang lagi nonton ini Dakdikdukser. Gimana tidak, kedua tim saling membalas. Dan kalau membahas tentang ketegangan di Eldorado Dome Bandung, pastinya kita bakal membuat suasana ini lebih tegang lagi.
Betul sekali Bude, karena kita akan kembali bermain Franco Hide and Seek bersama salah satu penonton yang di sini kayaknya win rate-nya nih tinggi banget nih Bude.
Benar, karena hari ini spesial banget di hari Grand Final. Hadiahnya bukan hanya redeem code saja, namun juga ada
Samsung Galaxy. Jadi pemenangnya akan langsung mendapatkan satu buah Samsung Galaxy. Dan pastinya penonton juga akan mendapatkan redemption code yang akan berkesempatan mendapatkan skin gratis.
Ya banyak banget pastinya yang bisa didapatkan, kita akan happy-happy bareng. Jadi kita langsung saja panggilkan Franco hari Grand Final. Franco Hide and Seek by Samsung Galaxy. Halo, siapa nih namanya?
Andre.
Andre. Dari mana Andre?
Dari Bandung.
AA Bandung.
Bandung asli.
Asli.
Asli, ya sampurasun. Nih gimana kalau ngomongin Franco Hide and Seek, win rate-nya berapa nih Andre?
Untuk saya 701 match 63,6%.
Lumayan ya, keren naik loh. Kemarin tuh 57%.
Oke.
Sebelumnya 40.
Oke, naik ya setiap harinya karena hari ini hari Grand Final jadi spesial. Kira-kira di hook tiga-tiganya akan langsung mendapatkan pada bidak-bidaknya tidak?
Semoga aja.
Semoga
aja. Tapi tahu kan hadiahnya sekarang apa?
Belum tahu tuh.
Tadi, jadi kamu harus mewakili semua yang ada di sini, harus menang, harus dapetin biar ada redeem code. Dan kalau kamu bisa ngedapetin, ngehook dengan tepat, kamu juga ngedapetin Samsung Galaxy.
Terima kasih.
Belum dong, belum nih.
Semoga aja.
Semoga aja. Jadi siap nih?
Siap.
Oke, jadi kita akan panggilkan nih untuk lawannya Andre yang akan bersembunyi. Silakan tim MPL, let's go!
Oke, ini dia penantang yang akan mengumpat di sekitar area bus yang telah ditentukan. Pastinya di area sungai dan juga di area turtle pit. Oke, dari tim MPL. Jadi Andre harus bisa mencari 3 bidak-bidak yang bersembunyi di area.
Jauh ya.
Iya Bude.
Nanti yang di sini dibantuin. Oke.
Ya.
Ready?
Ready.
Andre ready?
Siap.
Siap, semuanya siap. Kita akan countdown bersama-sama. Kamu Sunda asli, coba hitung mundur dari angka 300.
Jauh ya Bude, jauh. Dari 3 aja Bude, dari 3.
5 deh, 5.
Berapa leh 5? Sampai 3 aja.
Ya oke, 3.
Tilu, hiji, tilu, 2, hiji.
Yeay, mari kita mulai. Inilah dia, Franco Hide and Seek by Samsung Galaxy. Let's go!
Oke, ini akan bersembunyi dulu di area yang tadi sudah disebutkan ya Bude. Jadi hanya boleh di area sekitar bush, area turtle pit, dan juga di area sungai.
Benar, dan kalau satu aja udah ngedapetin, kita akan langsung kasih aja redeem code-nya. Kita lagi baik hati ya.
Betul sekali, karena hari ini hari terakhir pasti kita mau semua ya hari ini senang dan berkesempatan mendapatkan skin gratis.
Turtle pit ya, turtle pit. Ayo jangan ngumpet di tempat lain, abang-abang Q. Ngumpet yang benar. Ini cloud-nya, itu kayaknya, apakah itu tempatnya? Cloud? Di turtle pit, let's go.
Nih untuk para penonton dibantu ya nanti untuk Andre biar bisa mendapatkan redeem code-nya dan pastinya membantu Andre mendapatkan Samsung Galaxy.
Tim MPL sudah? Sudah? Oke, Andre silahkan jalan. Rulesnya gampang banget, jadi 3 tim MPL ini harus stay di tempat turtle pit. Dia nggak boleh bergerak-bergerak, dia harus bersembunyi, nggak boleh pindah. Sisi satunya ya Andre ya. Sisi satunya. Yang sebelahnya, yang satunya. Bukan yang situ Andre. Oke. Dan ini akan menarik banget karena Andre harus mencari 3 kali kesempatan. Kamu nggak boleh masuk ya Andre ya.
Penonton boleh dibantu ya.
Oke. 1 dapat, padahal 3 kali kesempatan. Tarik semua Andre.
Oke, kita lihat
mana lagi nih,
kesempatan
mana lagi
kedua.
nih.
Boleh maju. Kemana?
Kanan, kiri. Oh, Andre, satu kesempatan lagi nih untuk mendapatkan satu player. Mana? Lah. Waduh, terjadi. Kemana? Kemana penonton? Lomang. Gak denger. Mana? Ya, 3 kali kesempatan sudah dihabiskan. Dan tadi siapa ini yang recall? Benedetta? Hey, kenapa kamu recall? Gak apa-apa, gaya dulu. Recall, malah kepencet. Ini nih harus hati-hati. Namun karena kamu sudah berhasil mendapatkan 1 tim MPL, kamu berhak memberikan redeem code dan juga Samsung Galaxy.
Yeay, selamat Andre mendapatkan 1 buah Samsung Galaxy dan pastinya untuk penonton bisa mendapatkan redeem code dan berkesempatan dapat skin gratis.
Yap, tapi Andre, kamu kan udah ngedapetin 1, tadi menculik 1 cloud-nya. Apa tuh rahasianya kamu bisa mendebak dengan tepat? Apakah kamu habis semedi atau apa?
Feeling aja.
Feeling ya. Terbukti kali ya win rate 64% ya tadi ya? 63%-nya ya langsung mendapatkan.
Terus Andre, Bude penasaran nih, kan kamu bakal ngedapetin hadiah. Coba dong kasih sesuatu buat kita, pantun.
Jalan-jalan ke kota Bandung.
Cakep!
Aing Bandung bukan aing maung.
Maung!
MPL ada di Eldorado. RRQ Liquid sama-sama gacor.
Mantap! Dan langsung saja kita akan buka redeem code dengan pantun yang cakep ini. Inilah dia redeem code. Jadi siapkan device kalian, langsung aja cepat-cepat dia dapat. Dan semoga kalian beruntung ngedapetin skin. Dan inilah dia, jangan sampai salah huruf, jangan sampai salah angka.
Betul sekali karena ini kodenya yang bisa membuat kalian berkesempatan mendapatkan skin gratis. Gak usah difoto, langsung aja dimasukin karena siapa cepat dia dapat.
Betul. Dan pastinya hari ini seru banget, tarik menarik. Dan dari Andre sendiri udah ngedapetin handphone ini. Mau kamu buat push rank biar mungkin win rate-nya naik gak sih?
Push tiap hari.
Mantap.
Dan pastinya kalau dari Andre sendiri nih pendukung dari RRQ atau Liquid?
Saya Liquid, khususnya Iron Siki.
Iron Siki, berarti Kalvari ya? Boleh dong dikasih semangatnya dari Kalvari, boleh dipanggil? Kalvari, mana suaranya? Oke, jadi langsung aja ini kita akan serahkan ya hadiahnya. 1 buah Samsung Galaxy yang akan diberikan kepada Andres.
Betul sekali, ini spesial langsung di tangan. Hati-hati ya, ini nanti Bude kantongin. Enggak dong, ini untuk Andre karena sudah bisa ngehook di Franco Hide and Seek by Samsung Galaxy. Congratulations Andre, kasih tepuk tangannya dong. Dan thank you udah memberikan kita redeem code.
Ya, dan itu dia tadi keseruan kita pastinya bermain Franco Hide and Seek. Masih banyak lagi keseruan lainnya dan pastinya game ketiga yang jauh lebih menegangkan karena di sini kita akan melihat siapakah yang bisa mendahului skor yang sudah didapatkan. Kalau begitu langsung saja Bude, kita akan lempar kemana?
Kepada panelis kita untuk mencari tahu seperti apa game ketiga. Let's go!
Oh my god, I can't believe you got the S14.
I'm jealous.
I'm so jealous.
You got it for free. I don't know. You guys are handing this out.
Hey,
Just-
he got a hook. It wasn't
It's
free.
not for free, Gideon.
I mean, it's
Come
basically for
on.
free.
Come
Are you
on.
saying you can do a better job with the hook? Are you a better hooker?
You know what? Now that you bring it up, I think generally the fact that you guys are handing out these phones, because again, this isn't the first time you guys are just handing out these phones. Even yesterday, somebody was doing that as well. And the day before that, you're handing out phones.
Hey, this is how much we appreciate the audience, man.
I mean...
And the fan base, the support for MPL ID so far. We've been hitting records, and hopefully we get to hit some records as well today for our grand finals.
He earned it, right? I mean, he earned it, Gideon, for that phone.
I'll trade that phone for a Labubu. How about that? Think about it. Think about it,
I
right?
haven't received my Labubu.
I think it's in the back somewhere. I'm pretty sure it's just waiting to get. I think Popmart is just waiting for you to walk in their store to make it a whole event.
Okay. Oh, what?
Oh, interesting.
Dude, what?
Yes.
How packed is it outside?
It's not funny. Here in Bandung, the weather is usually cold. There's so many bodies in here. I think it's like gone up by 4 degrees.
I mean,
That's
hopefully
true.
it doesn't rain,
That's
right?
true.
Whoa.
Oh man, we're in the dark for the top 3 combo picks, literally in the dark. In each region. So, you know, let's take a look at this. We have all these 5 regions, actually, all the way up until NACT. What do we see is like a thing that we need to point out?
I mean, NACT really likes the Julian, huh? With the Aurora, with the Cho. And it does seem like the NACT here is the only region that really likes the Julian.
But these are combo picks, right? So
True.
bear that in mind. Combination between Edith and Suyo.
Yeah, okay, I can see it. I can kind of see the combo potential. But then again, anything with Suyo is like dangerous. As long as you deal somewhat like enough, like 50% of the person's life total, like Suyo will do the rest of it for you. The interesting ones that I have to say, like Ling Tigreal, okay, sure, that one's like not as common as I would have expected. Vixana Tig is the more go-to. Phoveus Moskov.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's the synergy between the two. I guess you push the guy away and then Phoveus jumps in and then like you all
create space
and then you knock him up like I'm not 100% sure what it looks like.
So there's absolutely no Matildas on the board, by the way.
Nope.
No Matilda Iritel, no Matilda Phoveus, no Franco Butrick.
Yeah.
We don't see that at all in all the other regions. So very interesting. But for those of you at home, we want to ask you guys, how can TLID regain momentum? How can they bring another victory under their belt for game number 3? It looks like statistics show 42%. All right. Aaron Shiki is more disciplined. Yeah, we touched on this just a little bit. We do still have a contest early objectives as 39%, I believe.
Yep. Yeah.
And give Woody a what?
Give Woody an initiation hero.
An initiation hero.
I think 39% of people are wrong. I think 2 out of the 3 were correct. I think that Woody does need an initiation hero. It feels really bad when he's forced to play on like specifically the Rafaela. I think Matilda is still okay. But I do think that Aaron Shiki really needs to like kind of calm down here. He can't keep forcing these 1v1s against Skylar, especially after you lose the first one.
Yeah, I think most audience got the right
idea.
Right idea here. Aaron Shiki was one of the main factors on why TLID lost their footing in that game, especially in the early game, mid-game likewise. So in game 3, if TLID or Aaron Shiki specifically can tone his game down, especially being under, expect TLID can bounce back.
Especially him being on an Aton as well, right?
Exactly.
Usually we see Aaron...
Aton.
Usually we see...
Chill.
Yeah, usually we see Aaron like get that power spike sometimes at 10 minutes, under 11 minutes usually. And he got the Holy Crystal, I think above 12. So we're gonna see now, it actually looks like TLID have chosen to come back on blue side as we get on to the drafting phase for game number 3, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S14 FE.
So far, I think most people are going to be like, yes, he needs to be disciplined. I agree he needs to be disciplined, but I think the mid lane matchups are really important right now because there's a lot of opportunities for TLID to kind of set themselves up for their mid trio to influence the gold side of the map. I mean, they can predetermine what's going to be strong side still. Even so, I think that RQ has been doing some really interesting scenarios. Like Sutsujin, the way that he's starting on these jungles, he's changing it up. He's not consistent with how he rotates across the map when he's doing his jungle pattern now, compared to like 2 days ago, where he always follows one path.
So no templates here for both junglers as well. It's going to be the main key, but for the bans here, right? TLID Similar to game 1 here, right?
Whoa.
Backing the Mathilda out.
Chip.
Chip's open.
Chip is open, so there you go. Witty will rock the chip again like game 1. RRQ, they need to readjust. They need to have a different scenario here from the drafts.
Guys, here's the thing. This is so unsettling because RRQ purposely left the chip open. They went in for the Choban, understanding full that the chip will be left open. So what do you think is the game plan now? Do they go for an early counter towards this chip, pick up something early like the Carmilla in the first phase?
I think Eve for sure. The Carmilla, I think they might want to hold off on that. Because it's really difficult to play Carmilla when your lanes are already in a lot of trouble. So it's one after the other. You cannot go before and then the form.
I mean, Gatot Kacha is also open, but no. They actually deny the Hilda pick from Iran. So maybe that's the way they want to invade the jungles with the Hilda, possibly. Even though TLID locked the Alpha and the Even, now that's going to be a problem for the Hilda.
It's going to be quite a big issue. I don't know if they're going to throw it into the EXP, but I'm just going to assume for now that it's going to be the support. I feel like the Eve would have been a better pick here for RRQ. They technically could still play Jushin to kind of slow things down if they wanted to. If they want to take it even a step further, they could play Charm. But that means the whole team has to play like very vertically, which isn't ideal considering how fluid both teams play.
I mean, Lilia's still on the board. Valentina's also still on the board.
True.
But I think the point of this Hilda is that you're trying to deny the early invades, right?
Yep.
Because with the chip being in the hands of TLID, they need someone strong in the mid lane. They choose the Jushin. The Jushin in lane against the Eve is that mid prio.
I mean, game 2, right? Jushin against Eve as well. From Yeheskel, it does seem like Rins was able to somehow monitor the members of TLID second phase. RQ, they can somehow eliminate the gold lanes here, right? They have the first pick. So yeah, they can, oh no. Instead, they eliminate the possible of a penalty zone. They're really targeting Iran here. Hilda picked up, Terizla banned out.
Yeah, they don't want to deal with like secondary engagers, and not to mention, I think this is like a dead giveaway that most likely this Hilda is going to go into the EXP. Because as much as Hilda can like, you know, beat down the Terizla clears the waves way too fast compared to the Hilda. And by the time he's like down to 50% of his HP, it becomes a pillow fight at that point. So I think that Keskut is thinking ahead. He's thinking about the EXP matchup. He wants to hold the support matchup for later down the line.
It's like blood.
All right. Okay, here's my question. If the Hilda does go into the EXP lane, the only way to prevent the Hilda from roaming around is to win that lane. Who wins lane against the Hilda?
I'm thinking
Thomas.
Edith.
Edith
also banned out.
Pretty good, yeah. What other really decent ones? I mean, it'd be weird if they pick Yutong now because like against that comp, it's just you're gonna get like peeled away so easily.
Dairoth, if you're talking about 1v1 Raw, Dairoth wins. Then again, Thomas, Dairoth though. I mean, Hilda can roam around, but let's see your first pick, second phase. They can actually hold their marksman pick.
But do they really want to eliminate the flex of the Hilda this early?
Probably not. I think I'm with the turn on this one. That this is where they could start considering maybe going for. Oh, okay. They reveal it so early on. I mean, technically, this doesn't say much, right, about the matchup. It's double flex at this point, so they can still hold it up until the very end. So yeah, we're both wrong, but both correct at the same time.
Avatar of the Guardian can definitely like counter the chip shortcut, right? From range, can actually just jump your formation out. TLID with this in mind, they need DPS for Aaron. Natan is untouched for the first time in the series.
Natan may be untouched here. I guess they could pick it up. I think it's between Natan and Carry at this point because they're mainly dealing with the frontliners. I don't see for the far away.
Benedetta.
Oh!
Okay.
Huh!
Very ambitious pick.
That was one of my questions, right? Because I've been hearing that Irithel, okay. I've been hearing that a really good counter towards the Hilda in the EXP lane. This is assuming that she does go into the EXP lane, is damage EXP laners. But the current trend is Benedetta tank. What are we expecting here?
No, I think Benedetta tank is kind of illegal right now. Doesn't provide as, especially if you take Revitalize. If you take Revitalize Benedetta tank, I think that you should be punished for that. It's a heinous crime. I prefer Petrify a lot more because there's a lot more scenarios of which that is useful. Because when you have Revitalize, you have to go in, but then also have to figure out a way to go back to your team to actually get value from it, just to maximize it.
So with that, Aran being back on one of his signature heroes from way back when, we're gonna see how this pans out. Will it succeed or not for game number 3? We're gonna throw it over to our casters.
2 down, 5 more to go. We are in game number 3 of the grand finals of MPL ID Season 14. Still equal. Instruction from Kaon against Team Liquid ID. A Benedetta pick finally in the hands of Aran.
Man, I mean, this is an interesting situation. Aran, target banned technically, and target picked away from as well. The Hilda that was such a menace, such a problem in game number 1, now is in the hands of RRQ, even though now there's the chip to kind of consider. But look at Tyron.
Whoa, go back and forth. Oh, this is a bit of a different Hilda. It's a Revitalize, not the Vengeance that Aran has been able to take. And it's actually not the Revitalize Benedetta. It's a Vengeance Benedetta.
What difference does it make? The Hilda with the Revitalize and the Hilda with the Vengeance?
The Hilda with the Revitalize can get more value from the shielding of a bush and the regen from a bush, but to a degree, it's already limited when you're in a fight. Whereas with the Vengeance, you have a lot more resistance to burst damage, and you can argue that throughout this match so far, the resistance against burst damage has been the more important factor here.
Yeah, that was the case, but now Edok, he will be able to be close to Skylar, but now add on Shiki. A lot of critics towards him, but Dyron.
A deep cut. Oh, great eye for an eye. Pops to the Vengeance. Rin's Lantern Flare, even with that eye for an eye. Aran should still fall. Dyron picks up first blood.
Aran in no man's land, punished. And Dyron, with his own weapon, with that Hilda snatched away from the hands of Aran, he has to fall.
Smart moves for both teams. I mean, for Skylar, kind of knows that, hey, there's a lot of movement from my team on the bottom side, and they don't see anyone. So most likely they'll be on top. So he played safe there on the Irithel. Hard to catch anyways, but look at Dyron already roaming around.
Wow. Dyron will give a lot of prio towards the laners of RRQ as they prepare themselves for the turtle.
Ooh. Waiting not level 4 just yet. Lantern Flare will pick him up. Now Crash Course on a 2, real level place into the back line. Super J to be compromised in this position. Aran is the one who takes the turtle. Now Rin's caught in the bad spot. No Crimson Beacon just yet. Slows down, and Aran will be looking to go for the kill. It's a slow back kill, but our Aaron Shiki actually will pop into Entropy to rotate to the mid lane too. So they're looking to capitalize on that turtle fight win.
Definitely a bit more of a spontaneous reaction there from RRQ. Not having the level 4 is quite, quite detrimental to their success there. No massive lane coming in from Rins that we've seen RRQ use to try and sow chaos in the formation of Team Liquid ID, and no Avatar of the Guardian. Those two massive ultimates could have swung things in favor of Team Liquid ID, but they didn't get the turtle, but they got a couple of kills, they got the level 4s, and they were able to get a bit more of a momentum in this early game. Now it's about maintaining it, especially with that EXP lane peskiness coming in from Dyron.
Yeah, and Aran is still just roaming around again. Like, it's almost the same, similar playstyle as the Hilda.
Great read.
As Witty is scouted out by Setsujin. He needs to get that purple buff.
Skylar in the bad spot, that's a Guardian. Shortcut coming down, Skylar with a heavy crossbow, Aaron! Oh no! He flickered, he went away, but he got all the way to the bottom lane, but there's another skirmish happening! Aaron just teleported to his demise. Dyron walking forward, Fabian taking a brunt of the damage. Dyron with a double. He might be able to get a triple now. Chasing the chip, trying to run away desperately with a Crash Course. Aran stun down, Yehesi with a slow. Dyron with a chase, one more shot, triple for Dyron. Is he really going for the Maniac? Pops to the Revitalize, in the bush, that shield, that regen. Edok walking forward, looking for the help. And it's another Revitalize. Dyron versus Aran. He will be able to escape, but my goodness.
The sustainability from the Hilda provides Dyron the cover to pick up the triple kill. That is insanity.
Oh, Witty now caught again. Still, just a deadly catch, but man, they have been able to handle this chip really, really well.
they've been able to find him again and again. That's the big problem. Witty has not been able to find a way to sneak around. And if he does get spotted, Aran is absolutely on the case, man. He is a marathon runner. It's not about the sprint, it's about how long he can chase. Look at how far it went. It was from above the turtle pit all the way to the bottom side turret almost, but look at this engagement.
Again, the shortcut. WEOWNTHIS just gets out with the AOG. Skylar up top winning the trade as well, so man, RQ really just winning on all fronts right now.
Was that Witty's flicker that was burned? There is a slight problem over there, of course. Flickerless chip now. STLID, they want to try to match the pressure. But how exactly can they do that, Arashi?
It's so difficult because they don't really have the best of catch. Again, it's only the chip and maybe Aran that can kind of have some kind of stun. Everything else are just slows, are just knockbacks. And against a Hilda, that's difficult. Against a Gatot Kacha, even more difficult too.
Oh, nice one. A blink and another. Oh, Tyrant, Raid Boss is here. Not taking any damage. He laughs at the face of TLID's damage.
Raid Boss for a reason. And other items, Arashi. It's a Thunderbelt Benedetta, so still the Diablo way of the Benedetta, but now it's with the Vengeance.
He's got a Thunderbelt in the hands of Dyron, and he has been proccing it left, right, and center, dude. With the War Axe completed for Citizen, it's gonna help with his sustain as well. And look at Dyron, almost taking the position of the roamer here, looking for info. And just how fast you move in the bushes, in the river as well. The Benedetta from Aran just can't really match this pressure.
And the only thing he can do is to cut the waves, make sure it doesn't crash towards his turret. That's about it. The Benedetta needs to also match the pressure, maybe come to the mid lane as well. For the chip, we'll try to open up the shortcut, maybe no. E-Doc and just scouting around. This is a very, very well dictated game played by RRQ.
Yeah. RRQ is doing a great job just making sure that the Hilda and the Gatot Kacha are the ones in the front, but look at Tyron's damage!
Half of Yehezkiel's HP. Collapse on the Tyron, but the AOG will find one. That's gonna be Fabian locked in. Tyron's able to survive. He's not gonna miss of it all right now. As AOG pops in, entry, but Suzuki was looking for the kill. Fabian shreds through the HP bar, wins no flicker, has the Crimson Peak and a Lantern Flare. And now Skylar comes in again with the heavy crossbow. Yehezkiel, who teleported in, will teleport to his demise, and Witty, who has been isolated, will fall as well. RRQ, wow.
Tyron cheats death for I don't know how many times around 1v1.
Against Skylar, one more dash should do it. Skylar solo killed up top by the assassin, but the turtle still falls in the hands of the mercenary.
That might be the only real problem for RRQ. The fact that Aran can go, oh, Dyron! Woo! Oh, no damage! What is this Hilda pick, man? He cheated death in the previous engagement. E-Doc almost gets the catch there. Again, they're just sending the Gatot and the Hilda and alternatively. And if they jump on Dyron, Avatar of the Guardian, if they jump on E-Doc, he flies away. There isn't really an easy way for Witty to find an engagement at all.
Talk about tankiness, right, from Dyron, and the fact that RRQ, they have a lot of disengage tools to just further themselves away from TLID beats. They can prolong the fights. Ooh, be able to sustain even further shortcut.
I don't know if you want to go on to E-Doc though, right? So exactly, every single time you see E-Doc, the crash course, it's literally just a crash course. It's a test. You don't want to go for the shortcut, but I have a question for you, Arashi. In the bottom lane, Aaron getting sandwiched there. Oh, okay, no Crab Claw Cannon. Fabian rotating as well. Retry already used up. Oh, what? Fabian, a rare mistake. He dashed into the deadly catch. He wanted to go up on it. Such no deadly catch, real manipulation, and the ability locks him down, but he has top of the AOG. Around with the final blow, Witty gonna be taken very, very low. Simon again swings that sword or swings that spear, whatever you call it. It's him dying. Around next eye for a knife, trying to turn around. Finds it. That's one. Shut down though. Poor Dyron.
How do they fight this? Every time they want to try to fight back, every time they want to try to revolt, RRQ just collapse upon them out of Shiki.
No flicker. Aaron entry to the back, goes in for a Riz. Oh, the flicker, but Renz gets the kill. He puts the light on Aaron Shiki's head.
Illuminating him, finding him in the darkness of the jungle, but E-Doc does not get hit. Dyron, 7-0. Not really going with the same build Aran was going with the Vengeance, with the Blade Armor. It's going for the Dreadnought instead, trying to make sure that Fabian gets mitigated, that Aran can be chased away from the backline. Again, solving these issues for Skylar. And again, even with the global presence, the movement speed alone from RRQ is allowing them so much prio. But now the Lord is here. Team Liquid ID definitely have more emphasis in getting control around this area.
Okay, I have a question, Arashi. Is this Dyron Hilda thing a hero that he's practiced before? Because he's 7-0, he's doing better than Aran.
Oh, when you talk about that Witty getting shadowed.
I don't know about this, man. Even when he pops a conceal, I don't think there's any threat. RQ want him to pop in the shortcut. Because if you shortcut in, you shortcut to your demise. Witty with a flicker forward, pops in the shortcut. No one should take the Spear of Alpha to the back, finding Skylar, actually. But look at the damage from Sutsujin. Crab Claw Cannon, look at the sustain from Edok. Aaron shaking with the entropy, still able to shot some damage. Diamond continues to chase, but slowly but surely, Aaron is able to dish out some more. Renz melts Aran down. In the end, it's a 3 for 2, but RQ take the Lord.
The Hilda in the hands of Dyron. It's acting like the castle wall for the kingdom.
Dyron will turn the smack. Boom! Right in the head of Aaron Shiki.
He's legendary. How do you stop him?
Dyron with the guitar solo, putting it down once more from the EXP lane. Dyron dictating the whole pace of the game. It's only a 3,000 gold lead. Team Liquid ID has the great late game combo again with the Eve and the Natan, but RRQ. What's the plan here? Dyron alone. It's just so much for them to handle. They're gonna lose a bunch of structures right here. Expect the gold lead to really increase in gap.
Yeah, the Lord marching up top still. A relatively easy Lord to take down. The Deadly Catch will zone them out. Now the problem becomes the Hilda, right? But when the Hilda is there, Erythal will also scale. Sutsujin as well with the Bane will also be a problem for TLID. Do they really want to bank on a base defense again and again?
Oh, hang on a second. Witty actually has made his way to the back, but Dyron is zoning Aaron solo. But watch out, man. Skylar does not know he's there, but Edok is the one opening the way!
Great read from Edok. Gets the taunt. You don't want to pop the shortcut there. It's a shortcut for Witty to get back to base. 5th death this game on the chip.
Edok reads minds. Is able to know that Witty was in the back looking to pounce. And now, Dyron, this is his lane. Everything is just onto him right now. Look at the way he just moves.
Look at Aran.
Whoa, Fabian.
Fabian, good damage. Spear of Alpha to the back, respecting the damage. Skylar, oh my goodness! Forcing the reload of Blink, and even that doesn't really matter. Skylar surviving. Deadly Catch, the shots on the Fabian. Aaron shaking with the kite, but now he just smacks him to the ground. What's the counterplay?
Insanity. The Kings, they have divine intervention behind their very backs. Repeatedly, they cheat death. And death is something that they want to bring to the cavalry.
Chase him, Dyron. They're just gonna go round and round. Aran gonna be chased down. Final blow. Lantern flares up. Aran brought back. Rinse constantly putting the Lantern flare on him, but Aran has the dashes to escape. Meanwhile,
really?
What? A desperate play to the back. He pops in a shortcut. Fabian takes it. Skylar. Caught a Spear of Alpha. They go in and they find him, but they all get fed to the sharks of Sujin. Fabian, there's no way you can 1v3, not on the Alpha after you use the Spear of Alpha. He gets taken down. It's a shutdown over, but now it's the AOG to the back. Edok very low, taken out. Aran running away. Dyron continuing the chase. Doesn't see, it just feels like a stalemate at this point.
Oh. What was that fight, Arashi?
It was just pure chaos. RRQ are living for it. Gonna get some more right there. But look at the gold lead, man. I think that was actually favorable for Team Liquid ID. An equal trade when they're at a gold deficit with an infinitely better scaling late game. The fact that Skylar got caught there is part of the win condition. Let's take a look at the replay here. Presented by the official team on smartphone. Oh man, this was that worst damage. Skylar even goes under the turret casually, chunking Aaron Shiki to half HP. And Edok, the Gato Kacha, that's the roamer, my guy. Flies out of danger. Now, securing the area around the Lord. But Team Liquid ID are trying to make a play with the chip here, sending Witty to the top side instead.
Uh-oh, Aran. Oh, times it well. Teleport to the back line. Witty pops in a shortcut, goes for the crash course. Skylar going to be covered. Deadly Catch will be able to find them all. Fabian. Spear of Alpha. Oh, now the Edok. Big bug into the head of TLID. Oh, no. Hezkiel caught.
The base.
While Aaron in the base still looking for a possible split push. He gets a base turret down, but Skylar's able to recall. Aaron should be able to recall as well, but RQ will not go onto the Lord. Fabian, not back up. 18 seconds on the clock for Witty. Aaron, can you defend it without an entropy? Skill 2, skill 1, used up Divine Glaive. Aaron against the world. RQ will not risk it. They will go back to the Lord. They'll take the base turret.
public execution of the usurpers in front of the Lord Pit. And it's Aaron Shiki having to watch his teammates die. Now the Lord is going to be conceded by TLID RRQ. 25 kills in 14 minutes.
Oh man, Divine Gate is completed for Aaron Shiki, by the way. But he is just so vulnerable, especially if he wants to kind of enter the fight with that shortcut. But the Skylar was kind of kite away from Widdy, and then recognizing that he has the protection, he ran back into Widdy, into his team, to allow that wombo combo to really get used to its maximum potential. The deadly catch, the avatar of the Guardian. Oh, and Aran now facing danger.
Uh-oh. He's gonna try to cut the wave. Skylar having crossbow already. Aran still has a shortcut, that's why he's staying up top. Riz walking up, Bavian, Spear of Alpha, able to find Riz, big mistake. Dyron isolated, now gonna be melted down, but he has the winter crown as Bavian will pop in his own winter crown, but it is inevitable. It's just shut down over for Fabian to take big taken down as well. 2 for 1. Oh, Lord cleared. Crab Claw can do it a lot. Widdy, shortcut over, crash course as well. Full lock-in, got to catch up. Ida finding them. Skylar able to kite away, and again, Sutsujin gets the deadly catch on him, forcing Yehezkiel to back away. Ida will chase Aran as Skylar makes his way back to the mid lane.
They have to hold. Yehezkiel has to hold with Aran as well. Can they hold? Can they defend?
How do you do it? How do you do it? The Crab Claw cannon will be used for the passive to just go for the base as Skylar gets the kill on Yehezkiel. That is game number 3. 2-1 over to RRQ.
Absolute cinema. But it's RRQ with the public execution of the usurpers. TLID, they had to try to match the pressure, but it was way too much for them to handle. 2-1 RRQ. They have their foot up front.
What was that game, dude? So many moments looked so good for RRQ, and it got overturned by Team Liquid. But just when you expect Team Liquid to finally get some momentum, there was a fight that looked so good for them, and RRQ turned it back around. That base tower take in the mid lane didn't seem like a massive factor. But right after that fight, they found the window, they recognized the calculations, and go straight for that end.
They were looking for a Hail Mary play. That was split push up top. The way Widdy wanted to dive to Skylar, open up the shortcut, get the Crown Prince, steal his throne, steal his crown, but it all didn't work. He has 4 soldiers circling him.
And let's not forget to mention Dyron, man. We've seen the Hilda in the hands of Aran. It was oppressive. We thought, man, this is a great pocket pick that only Aran can use. Dyron comes up, steals it away, and look at what kind of chaos he's able to just demonstrate in the Land of Dawn for this game. Again and again, just not dying, just doing so much damage. And the fact that this composition, again, was found by Keskewed, letting go of the chip, beating the team fight, and then getting all the combo, man. Every single team fight just looks so tough for Team Liquid. Where is the front to back? We didn't see Aran get to kite Aaron Shiki get to kite back and forth properly a single time.
They can't play the front to back when RRQ is just running rampant into the face of the cavalries. What a way to win game number 3. Dyron with the revitalized Hilda, the shielding. Felt like no one could kill him. But we want to ask our panelists on what they had to say on game number 3. Take it away.
Thank you so much, casters, for game number 3. And I mean, I gotta say, you know, despite me being a full TLID fan, I swear that was one of the most amazing games I've seen from both of them. Honestly, RRQ putting up an amazing fight in the early portion of the game, and the way things just really progressed, the outplays, the skirmishes that went down, that was a very high kill game.
I mean, Aran basically carried the team back. I believe Aran made a lot of plays that game, but Dyron, sure, right? 8-0. Gatot Gacha, such an underrated pick in that game. He made it work where the shortcut, sure, it may surprise Skylar multiple times, but the AOG has been connecting like crazy that game.
It really has. And honestly, when we look back at some of these moments, right, dropping the AOG, it feels like he can't miss. There's so many things that can go right for him, and worst yet, the chip ultimate as well as the RWM are huge signals that the Guardian, Avatar of the Guardian, wants to come in for, and it cuts them off from that backline, which is all Skylar needs, because he's doing a phenomenal job when he's allowed to free hit.
And that was the biggest problem, right? Because even the casters mentioned we didn't really see Aaron Shiki be able to get that front to back. I mean, Gatot Kaca didn't really allow that to happen. So chaotic. It really messed up with the formation that TLID really wanted.
I mean, yeah, it's surprising because technically Gatot Kaca was available to be banned in the second phase, but a very, very strong performance yet again coming from the Kings of Kings. MVP goes to the highest kills in that game.
Yep, Dyron, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S14 FE. And for the longest of time, he was sitting at 8-0.
Yeah.
Eventually, he got shut down. But I mean, at that point, Dyron already kind of did his job, right? That oppression in the early game. I think Arashi put it really well. We thought that this was a specific signature hero for Iran, but Dyron picked it up and showed us a different layer that the Hilda could offer.
Not only showing us a different layer, but at the very least, just maintaining so much control over the early game, right? A lot of these, the fact is, Dyron knows that despite getting these kills, he's not going to be able to scale into the late game as a penultimate tank. He's going to be on the weaker side of things. He can't really wave clear like Iran, but at the very least, he is slowing down Aaron Shiki from getting that third item. He is making sure that Yehezkel always has to keep an eye out for that Hilda to peel away from Fabian.
Yeah, I mean, this was the only fight where I feel like TL got the better of RRQ. Even then, RRQ were responding, right? It's a 3v3. Aaron Shiki got some kills, but again, I talked about Gatot Kaca being an underrated pick, but generally speaking, Hilda, game 1, caused havoc. Game 2, game 3, Kescute denied the Hilda away from Team Liquid.
I also think the Hilda addition into this game, there was a reason why it was first pick prio, especially for RRQ on red side, right? The fact that the Hilda had so much oppression into the enemy jungle disallowed Weedy to have that information into the opposite jungle, and therefore it was very difficult for Weedy to utilize the chip to its utmost value.
And we see him getting punished because of that, right? With the bot side gank initiation, or with the help of maybe a split push from Iran to try and pull attention away, they just eliminated the possibilities, right? As long as you're standing on top of 2 of those portals, and one of those portals is in a spot where you don't expect any action, it really just limits it down very, very quickly.
Such a good game, brilliantly played. And again, Dyron, Edok in this game played a crucial portion in why Rin's, Sutsujin, and as well as Skylar got the efficiency that they need, got the optimal farm that they need as well. All right, looking at perhaps the post game here, it's 15 minutes. It's not bad.
It was an average of 13 to 14 minutes for our first 2 games. Finally get a little bit of a longer game, despite it only being like a 2-minute difference. But the one thing that I really wanted to point out here is, shout out to Reptar, or Renmar now. He always gives, I want to give my flowers to a certain player. And, my flowers go out to Aran. Despite this loss, we saw what he was able to do on the Benedetta. It's very nostalgic to the old Aram that we used to see. Do you not think so? Very individualistic. I mean, split pushing, doing a lot for his team macro-wise.
Yeah, Fnatic Onyx lost against Benedetta Aran. Thank you very much. Yeah, of course, I remember. But this time, it's a tanky Benedetta. He was on the Vengeance as well. He knows that he wants to target Skylar, and one of the ways is that Vengeance.
Yep, and not to mention, not only did he have the Vengeance, he also bought Blade Armor, right? So every single one of his auto attacks reflect a good amount back at him on top of the critical reduction that you get from the Blade Armor. It's a very good idea, of course, but even so, Skylar, mechanically, you can see that he's hyper aware. He's
very sound.
He is playing a very hot game today. He hasn't made too many mistakes overall, and I think, with the supplement of the consistency of Sutsujin specifically, these neutral takes have been looking better and better and better, and Sutsujin, he's focused on on the Lord until Skylar says the call. Hey, I have an angle. All right, let's pivot.
Do you think it would have been different? That final moment.
If
Woody went in, Portal, they tried to target the Irithel, they tried to target Skylar. Skylar was able to outplay. Do you think it would be different if Skylar died there?
Ooh, yes, I think it would be different. It would be different because I think that Aaron Shiki would be able to kite back Sutsujin, who would be the only other person to deal some real damage to that Crystal. I'm not sure whether he will be able to buy 11 seconds worth of time, but clearing that wave seems very likely if he could.
I think it actually might be. I think it's Iran mispositioning because he could not recall in that moment. He had to walk to the base, which made RRQ, the base wide open basically. And yeah, Iran, unfortunately, in that last sequence, he was out of position to recall safely.
And that the gel of the chemistry in RRQ in that final moment was insane.
It's ridiculous.
Right? Oh, the outplay from Skylar, but that was facilitated by Edop jumping in.
AOG.
It was beautiful to see.
Oh,
the new pillars of RRQ wreaking havoc in this game. I love to see it.
And you know, it kind of reminds me of something like, you know, when R7 and even Clay decided to join RRQ that time, and everyone was like, man, I miss the old guard. And then they became staples themselves. I think we are seeing the next generation of RRQ really solidify themselves as one of the best teams here in MPL Indonesia.
I agree. And you know, for the past 2 games, we've been highlighting so much about Skylar and so on and so forth. And we actually even mentioned, you know, Dyron's a good player, but we haven't really seen him shine. Finally, Dyron gets the recognition he deserves for game number 3.
Which makes me wonder, right? If he's pretty decent on this Hilda, I wonder why that his performances on Khalid are a little like topsy-turvy. Because I mean, they kind of do the same thing, except you have a utility alt that actually does something in team fights compared to Hilda, who is just like, I don't like you, and you specifically.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a different kind of feeling as well, right? It's
Is it though?
Hilda.
Is it though? You just go in, you be like, bah! just a little tap, just a little nut tap, and then you walk away.
Right.
Be a little sneaky boy.
You're right, yeah. Quicksand guard somehow same.
Like the timings of the abilities are different, but the general concept is the same. So I would like to see whether Dyron can expand his hero pool even more. If Hilda is so good, I want to see him be really devastating on Khalid as well.
So now the big question is, well, what do TLID do now, right? What's the main problem here?
I think their main problem right now is that they don't necessarily have an answer into catching Skylar specifically because Cho keeps on getting banned. They need a new answer to this and something that doesn't require a hero to dash, if not be able to close the distance very quickly against Skylar. Because they keep forcing this Natan into Irithel matchup time and time again. And yes, it's a little more favored to Natan if he has full items, but half the time, and based on what we're seeing, the laning phase is where we see Irithel really take control.
So if that's the case, is Irithel worth to ban?
Compared
Switch
to
Bane, blue side.
I think Bane is something that they need to get rid of. I think Bane is the big deterrent here. Because every single time they're about to fight, they're like, oh, I'm going to free hit. And then Bane's like, oh, but I'm going to ult. And it's like, I don't want to be there.
Keep in mind, RRQ has been taking the Bane first phase.
They have.
So is it really worth to ban the Bane 1 slot in that first phase?
Maybe not. Maybe TLID should just pick it up for themselves. Because so far, in terms of rating, I don't know what the stats are exactly, but so far the win rate between Bane 2 Alpha against each other seems a little more Bane favored.
Right now, especially in this matchup, yeah.
Okay.
So they have to think about Bane, Irithel.
I mean, Chip now, yeah, Gatot Kacha. That's the answer.
But what, like, okay, TLID, what if they choose blue side again?
TLID blue.
And then, again, RRQ, leave the chip open. You can't allow the chip to be given to RRQ either, right?
They gotta open the whole draft up.
Okay, well, we're gonna see how it pans out before we get into game number 4, because we're gonna throw it over to our host to see exactly what they're doing over there. What are they doing?
Mengguncang, deg-degan sekali ya Bude pastinya.
Iya Alisa, nih Bude tuh lagi bingung ya, mau upload juga untuk membagikan momen ini.
Wow.
Nih, pilih yang mana ya Alisa ya?
Loh, Bude itu lucu banget. Itu gimana cara ngeditnya Bude?
Gampang banget kalau pakai Samsung Galaxy, semuanya bisa. Nih Bude tunjukin ya Alisa. Alisa pasti tahu kan sebenarnya?
Oh, yang pakai icon bintang itu. Oke, jadi tinggal klik icon bintang, lalu klik Portrait Studio dan bisa langsung pilih, wah ada komik, kartun 3D, cat air, dan sketsa. Coba pilih yang kartun 3D deh Bude. Dan klik buat. Wow, gampang banget ya, canggih banget Samsung Galaxy S24 FE ini. Dan kita bisa lihat.
Tinggal dipilih, ini banyak banget pilihannya Lisa.
Oke, Bude langsung berubah banget ya. Wow, oke. Ini gampang banget menggunakan Portrait Studio dari Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Dan pastinya fiturnya banyak banget. Wow, pilihannya cantik-cantik banget Bude.
Bude ma-upload. Kalian juga bisa loh ikutan kayak Bude. Seru nih.
Betul sekali.
Pilih.
Pastinya dengan membeli Samsung Galaxy S24 FE ini karena khusus penonton MPL bakal ada diskon loh Bude.
Wow, diskon serius?
Betul, karena dengan pembelian harganya mulai 791 ribuan aja per bulan dengan cicilan 0%, bisa dapetin total bonus hingga 2,8 juta dan pastinya gratis 2 kali memory upgrade sebesar 256 GB, Bude.
Buset, seru banget ditambah lagi. Khusus penonton MPL nih, ada yang spesial karena kalian bisa ngedapetin travel adaptor 25 watt, lalu ada Google Play voucher 200 ribu, dan gratis screen permanen MLBB untuk pembelian di samsung.com/id. Pakai kode voucher promo Galaxy S24 FE X MPL.
Dan gak cuma itu aja Bude, karena kamu juga bisa dapetin tambahan diskon sebesar Rp500.000 untuk pembelian pertama di Samsung Shop App.
Waduh, jadi buruan ya, karena promo ini hanya sampai 31 Oktober. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Get yours now.
Betul sekali, jadi bisa langsung aja dibeli di toko Samsung terdekat kalian karena promonya khusus untuk penonton MPL aja.
Benar, dan atau langsung ke toko Samsung terdekat.
Betul, atau bisa juga langsung scan barcode di bawah ini atau di deskripsi. Jadi kalian bisa langsung gampang banget check out dan punya HP yang sama kayak aku dan Bude.
Yeay, tapi nggak hanya itu karena ada sesuatu yang spesial dari Samsung Galaxy juga nih. Karena ada Samsung Galaxy Quest. Buat kalian yang mau ngedapetin ini nih, bisa.
Betul, caranya gampang banget karena Samsung Galaxy FE24 ini prosesornya sangat cepat juga dilengkapi dengan vapor chamber yang bakal dukung kamu untuk win streak seharian tapi HP kamu tetap adem. Jadi buat para gamers wajib banget untuk punya Samsung Galaxy S24 FE ini, ditambah lagi karena ada fitur Galaxy AI yang bisa bantu kamu jadi lebih kece pastinya.
Iya, jadi kalian bisa ngedapetin ini secara gratis. Samsung Galaxy Phone gratis, mau? Gampang banget, kalian tinggal jawab aja pertanyaan yang akan Bude berikan. Pertanyaannya adalah, berapa kapasitas baterai Samsung Galaxy S24 FE? Yes. Berapa ayo, berapa?
Langsung dicari tahu ya Bude, dan cara jawabnya gampang banget, tinggal langsung aja follow akun X dari Samsung ID. Pastikan juga akun X kamu tidak di private supaya kita bisa lihat jawaban kamu. Dan langsung ketik dan cari pertanyaannya di Google. Berapa kapasitas baterai Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, lalu posting hasil pencarian kamu. Dan pastinya bisa berikan alasan kreatif kamu kenapa kamu harus menangin HP ini. Mungkin para gamers-gamers yang HP-nya aduh udah panas dan lemot banget ya kan. Dan tinggal langsung aja masukin hashtag Galaxy S24 FE, hashtag Galaxy AI, hashtag Fun Experience, dan jangan lupa buat mention 3 teman kamu.
Dan tentu saja satu pemenang yang beruntung akan mendapatkan 1 unit Samsung Galaxy Phone. Syarat dan ketentuan berlaku.
Yes, dan pastinya periode ini hanya berlaku dari tanggal 23 sampai 27 Oktober 2024 aja, dan pengumuman pemenangnya
akan ada di X dari Samsung ID. Jadi buruan sekarang ke X, langsung follow dan jangan lupa untuk jawab pertanyaannya. Dan kita ngelihat kalau pertanyaan itu banyak banget ya untuk saat ini. Selain dari untuk ngedapetin Samsung Galaxy tadi, kita juga bertanya-tanya nih, kira-kira mana nih yang masih semangat dari para super fans untuk grand final kita.
Boleh kita tes dulu kali ya Bude, aku mau dengar suara dari Kingdom, mana semangatnya?
The Cavalry, jangan mau kalah, mana semangat untuk tim Liquid ID? pastinya karena kita akan menyaksikan. Akankah ada raja yang akan mengambil kembali tahtanya atau akan ada juara baru di season 14? Jadi untuk melanjutkan permainan, sudah saatnya kita melihat bagaimana jalannya pertarungan untuk selanjutnya. So panelists, it's yours.
Thank you so much, Bude Clara Monster and Alyssa, and welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the English panel. Once again with us three, the GAG trio.
JG.
The gag trio.
We really got to come up with a better acronym.
Why? What's wrong with gag?
Let me think about it for a minute.
Something wrong
Wait,
with gag?
that's
You're
why.
gagging, yeah.
That's why. That's the problem with it. Look, we're professionals here. We need to be at the top of our game, and I don't think gagging's part of that. But even so, I am starting to get a little worried for TLID because at this point, TLID have a lot of problems that RQ continue to pose to them. A lot of it has to do with the draft, and I think even in their gameplay, they made a couple of weird decisions in both Game 1 and as well as Game 2. I think right now, TLID are just looking for a way to kind of break out of the stalemate.
It's a very good. Yeah, I think it's a very good challenge here, but I really want also to touch on TLID and RQ. They made it to M6. There will be new faces in M6 as well.
Yeah, for the first time ever for M Series, we're gonna crown a new champion, right? From the PH.
Yeah, no AP Bren.
No AP Bren.
No Echo.
No Echo.
Liquid Echo.
TLPH now.
Yeah, no Blacklist.
No, who else? Oh yeah, that's it, right? Wait, how many M Series have we had? 5?
Well, I mean, if you really want to go into
EVOS.
Exactly, EVOS. M1, baby! M1!
M1. I mean, it's exciting to see these new faces because it's not like we haven't seen them before. Some of these people, like Aurora and even Sanji, came through the wild card even, and even when it came down to EWC, Twisted Minds was part of it as well. So I think that it's great to see teams who have been longing to get that championship spot actually achieving it now.
And especially now, it's going to be a Swiss round, right?
Yeah.
So possibilities are endless. Speaking of endless possibilities, what did you guys think? If RRQ are now leading 2-1, how can TLID come back for game number 4? 59%, is that right? 59%. Aaron must avoid mistakes again? Are we... I understand game number 3 being... Aaron related, but for game number 4, do you guys agree that this is Aaron related?
Game number 3.
Game 4.
Specifically for game number 3.
Oh, 3, yeah.
I don't think it's 100% Aaron's fault there. I do think generally there is a bit of an issue with the draft right now. It's hard to answer it because if you are taking away something, you're giving away something. And I don't think that TLID have been put in this type of position where Witty is losing out on his really big playmaking heroes, but at the same time having to deal with a draft that is technically pretty passive, that wants TLID to over-aggress and over-commit.
I think that's why I'm more inclined to agree with the second point, right? Don't overcommit is where I feel like TLID needs to repair for game 4. And for game 4, speaking of second pick for RRQ, meaning
yeah, they're gonna
TLID.
get right side.
Yeah, TLID will have the blue side.
Okay, avoid overcommitting and overextensions. Name me moments in game number 3 that you believe TLID made that problem.
Bank again. I think wanting to kill Darwin in the early, I don't think is wise.
Is that a discipline problem though?
Discipline problem?
Because I feel like in game number 3, the discipline was a lot better. for TLID.
Yes.
The discipline was very, very high. I think the biggest overextension probably was around that very first Lord that we saw glimpses of it, and then even when we got on over to like the fight, the overextension of the fight afterwards, which inevitably led to like their mid inhibitor breaking and things like that. I think that was as close as you can get to the overcommitment that people are worried about. But I agree with Eterna. I think so far, coming into game number 4, TLID in terms of discipline is looking a lot better, but they need to find a clear solution in the draft, if not show us something else. Because if not, I feel like Hescube, he's just going to keep replicating this draft again and again and again. Take the chip, I don't care.
I agree. So we're going to get straight into it, ladies and gentlemen. For the drafting phase presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy FE.
Yeah.
There it is.
The shake-up.
Let's go!
Suyo, Jushin, or Matilda.
Sushin.
Suyo, right?
I mean, Fabian, he's been having a tough time in Alpha, so I think he needs a bit of a change of pace.
If they want to go, okay, yeah, I don't think giving Suyo to Sitsujin is wise. Picking up the Matilda here, they need to go Suyo, and there you go. RQ, Matilda, Phobius perhaps?
Phobius bad.
Bane.
Jushin?
Oh, Matilda. Hilda again.
Oh!
So game 2, they banned the Hilda. Game 3, game 4, they picked up the Hilda.
Dang, Kescu. Oh, this so smart. Both of these coaches, very, very smart. They know what they're doing against each other. I think the Lucas is still going to have to go in for the Jushin, but he's going to pair it up with the Khalid, and this is a great flex pick against specifically the Hilda.
Okay, Ben Irithel.
Ben,
RQ going for the Cho Ben is signaling highly that they might want to go for the Irithel. Do you think it won't work against the Suyo and the Khalid?
I think the worst part about this is that not only do you have to ban out the Irithel, there might be some consideration for Ixia as well. Because again, we're thinking about things that work well with the Matilda at this point of time.
Oh, you're right.
Man, Kai, whoosh.
Just like game 2, RQ, they banned the Akai out. Okay, TLID, you understand that maybe Hilda, Bane, and Paramis, and of course Matilda with Favor. They do not want to combine Matilda, Paramis in the same composition. So, yeah, TLID, they're running out of bans here. Ixia, or Ska, or Irithel, or let them both open.
I think might as well let them both open. It'd be really annoying if we see like Harith into Lunox once more, but I think the iframes are going to be very useful in this game. We'll see what these next 2 bans are before we get into that.
Okay, what is going to be the choice here for RRQ? Why did they go for the Akai ban here, by the way? The Akai hasn't found as much success. Sure, it has worked, but the amount of times it's succeeded as compared to it kind of failing in terms of that execution is quite huge. They're shutting a run down now with the Benedetta now taken off the board.
Okay.
Let's go.
Ban out the Benedetta. They want to force it. Yeah, ban out the Irithel. And now keep it standard here. They know that Skylar can play Lunox, so it doesn't really matter if you get Harith at this point of time. I think that Skylar might even play a more safer option because Natan is still wide open, right?
I think leave the gold lane.
Yeah.
Leave the gold lane.
So, what, high loss here maybe? No. They already have Hilda and Matilda, so Mage. He's banned out.
Probably Lilia, right?
Lilia, I think. I like Lilia.
They need some kind of wave clear, some kind of high ground. Vixana is all right as well. It doesn't look like there's too many good alts anyway, so Valentina doesn't seem like ideal just yet.
Or do they want to go crazy Luo Yi? Okay, they open their card with the marksman pick here.
Very safe, very safe.
Natan finally switching over for the Kingdom.
This is concerning.
You're so stressed.
I'm so stressed right now. Oh man, all right. So they already have a nail in the late game now with the Natan. And early game control with the Bane, the Matilda, and the Hilda. TLID, what's the stopper here? They choose Hylos as well as the Beatrix.
I like this a lot. At least Beatrix can hold her own for a little bit. There's a lot of combo potentials, with both Jushin as well as the Khalid. Let's not forget, I don't want to put Suyo out of that picture as well because he has an inbuilt start, but he was more to set up for the other 2.
Yep, Aurora.
Oh, so good.
Perfect. It makes sense, right? You want someone a little bit safer as well. As compared to a Vexana with the passive that the Aurora has, if the Suyo wants to go in for a trade kill, it's a lot easier to weave in and out of this with the passive that Aurora has.
Honestly, that Aurora pick might be the pick that makes the RRQ to the championship point.
I think it will as well. I mean, Eugloria's pathway, you don't want to get hit by that frigid breath. It really forces you to think about your zone of influence. Taking the traditional front to back might not be easy, but you gotta make things work.
So will we be heading over to championship point, ladies and gentlemen? We're gonna throw it over to our casters to bring you game number 4.
One game away from that ever so coveted MPL Indonesia trophy.
Smash them.
2 steps away.
2 steps away.
2 steps away. 1 away from that elusive match point.
There we go.
Welcome to
It's a battle for
Mobile
match
Legends.
point for RRQ. As we get into the land of Dawn for game number 4. 2-1 right now for RRQ and TLID. They got their hands on a Suyo.
We've been waiting for this possibility. Fabian on the Suyo. How crazy can it possibly be? Rins, though. No. How crazy is he? Oh, sacrificing the passive.
Oh, bottom lane. Getting ganked on the Hilda and Fabian dash forward. First blood for Suyo.
Well, we talked about the Hilda being the pick to kind of keep the Suyo in check,
Not
to
like
contain
that.
it. But what is it supposed to do in the situation now, Arashi?
That was the idea, right? Cut the wave, go into the jungle, be a nuisance while your lane opponent, Aran, is supposed to stay right next to the turret and kind of, you know, wait around. But look at Weedy do. Ooh, that's a roam. We thought it was going to be the Hylas, I think. I at least expected Weedy to be on the Hylas. But on the Khalid, we've seen it match up to even the likes of a Cho. So it's going to be a lot of damage in the early game for Team Liquid ID. But the poke, the AoE, definitely favors RRQ. Movement-wise though, Dyran with the Wilderness Blessing, they're going to be roaming around a lot more. And Skylar, despite being up against all the aggression, Bargain Hunter and the Weakest Finder, but look at that damage!
Forced out a flicker already.
Yeah, that is going to be a very, very important resource because he has burnt the passive, he has burnt the flicker, and next up on the menu would probably be the turtle, so they have to be ready. As Widdy is there counter invading the jungle, Fabian has so much freedom on getting and plundering Sujin's resources down bottom in the jungle. The problem with Suyo now is, of course, he has level 4, he has level 5 even, and they're ready to take this turtle.
Should be free, you know. RRQ don't really, or can't really go for the battle. With so much pressure on the hands of TLID, Fabian gets it, saves his retreat. Trying to go for a cheeky little steal, but knows that RRQ will have avenues to try to stop that from happening.
The early damage is what it is, man. I mean, it's the Sushin, it's the Khalid, it's the Beatrix. So many ways for Team Liquid ID to pressure. Just like Edok and Daiwan even, they're both kind of a bit more concerned about their survivability, unlike game number 2 earlier, where they can kind of do whatever they want because they were just too tanky with the Gatot and Hilda, but oh, look at Edok.
Something, but he won't be in much trouble. Of course, TLID, they have better rotations, I suppose, with the Khalid always on its toes. But Vanguard is to heal up, and Fabian has the 100 strike. But Dyran, good so far.
All right, maybe not. Maybe you can't take that damage. What the heck? Suyo, very balanced.
Dyran is punished now twice. What's the difference between previous game, Arashi?
Maximum missing HP damage in the Suyo allows them to really burst down targets like Dyran. They want to play with regen, but all things considered, the Natan really hasn't really been the recipient of a lot of big pressure items, and Edok is doing a great job just monitoring, shadowing Weedy, ensuring that not a lot of laners really fall behind. But from the jungle, from the farming difference alone, already a 2k gold lead at 3 minutes. But significant, where is Sandstorm dodge from?
Wow. Good dodge, Widdy. Knocked up in the circle eagle, able to flicker out with the regen too. Gets a bit of HP. TLID will just respect this. Well played RRQ to escape from that. Well played Widdy to escape from that too.
They want to brawl out in the early stages of the game. Now still Dyran with the same scenario that it has been in the previous game. 1v1 down bottom.
Well, we get to see how much damage you can truly do on the Suyo. If you can burst a Hilda, that's a lot of damage. Revitalize even. There we go, power wildness. Now Yehezkiel should be able to lift him up. The stun connects, and the execute should get him down. Turtle up top, though, gonna be dealt with here by RRQ, held down. Good snipe over to Rins, now walking forward, throws it down. Frigid Glacier will lock him down. So Sujin with the help of the guided wind, not able to survive. Winning, just slashes him down. Rins cannot sustain from that damage, cannot take that damage. Lantern Flare, Aaron Shiki will gun Skylar down, and Edok will be forced back.
The cavalry recharges their energy, and now they are ready for yet another revolt. Everything is going south for the Kingdom.
Wow. They have lagging potential, but the early game is looking really, really rough. This approach from Team Liquid ID to just double down on that early game aggression. I mean, we talked about this a bit, Mirko. Hey, if the game never reaches the late game, because the fights keep happening, because both teams, you know, have it personal. They want to just win it out and show everyone they're better in these fights, in this early game. Then why even get these late game tools? Look at this, though. Circling Eagle on a run. Nothing available for RRQ to really realistically get. You're only trying to make sure that Syzygen doesn't fall too far behind, and Skylar at least gets some really good farm.
It'll be okay. Around pops the glorious pathway.
Running through Ray's Sandstorm on the Syzygen. Frigid Glacier able to stop the deadly catch as well, but now Faven comes in. A snipe from Aaron Shiki down in the mid lane. Will be the end of Syzygen. 0-2-0 right now.
Problematic for RRQ. We actually talked about how the Hilda is actually a very good pick against the Suyo, and the draft planned out by RRQ is way solid compared to the previous one. But it's now going so hard for them. What's the big problem here, Arashi?
I think it's just Suyo damage. I mean, are you seeing how much damage Faven is doing? Oh my lord. I mean, even against Dairon, he's just shredding him down. It's way too much damage. I think RRQ, in theory, have a good composition, but individually, these heroes are way too strong. And considering the gold lead has increased to 7,000, RRQ are definitely in survival mode. You can see Widdy understanding that, recognizing that, looking for avenues to set up traps in the jungle.
Syzygen.
That's the execution. Fabian. Whoa, but he's taking him away. Skylar walking up with the entropy. Now Frigid Glacier able to lock Fabian down, but no, it brings out the safety. Widdy zones Skylar away, and they will be able to steal away the orange buff here. Fabian takes it. Widdy trying to zone RRQ away from the tier 1 of the mid lane. Only a shot over to the Hilda. They can't take it, and it should be a perfect turtle take for Team Liquid ID.
What's the call now for RRQ? What do they want to do? Back on late game again?
They might have to really bank on that late game. Again, the Suyo in the end is still an assassin, but Skylar!
Widdy walks up, they try to go for that shotgun for the Wesker on Skylar, but he has the entropy.
It's a scary situation. Skylar also doesn't have the Purify, so Raging Sandstorm, the stun from the Suyo from Aran, there's danger everywhere, and Dairon zone away immediately, dude. These towers are falling down like dominoes.
The bully gets bullied in this game. Dairon is not having a good time. And take a look at how much pressure, how much control the LID has circling Eagle.
Ooh, Flicker. So much respect. Knowing that if you do get knocked up there, Rince could just flicker forward and, you know, combo him together with the Aurora.
So in theory, for the late game, they still have a good composition, but survival, right? Is that even possible with all the pressure? And Syzygen actually gets his purple, but man, Widdy is just relentless, dude. Always in the faces of RRQ, and that gives all the time. But look at his play, though.
There he goes, though. Once you use the flicker, you are going to be susceptible to that.
Whoa.
Dances to the back. Oh, hey! With a flicker backwards, but still, look at the sustain coming over. TLID, Fabian with the playing backwards. Skylar trying to go for the chase right now as Edok walks forward. Breaks the quad. Over Skylar. Entropy getting the range. I did not expect that. A shutdown, a big one at the 8th minute mark, and it went to the worst target for TLID. It went to Skylar.
The castle walls are shook by that one retaliation that is made by the Kingdom. They get a lot of kills on that altercation. TLID shut down after what was looking like a very good initiation from Widdy.
A run, maybe locked down again. Circling Eagle, everything. Syzygen Crab Claw Cannon. He was 0 and 2. He's gotten 3 kills out of nowhere.
We know this issue, man. Aurora is so annoying to deal with if you are the fighters. If you're Widdy or Aran, and later on, it's gonna disjoint the formation of Team Liquid ID. The load is up, but Aran is not around.
Uh-oh, this Lord. They want to fight for it. They want to blitz it. They want to dance together on this chance. Conceal open by Widdy.
Very early Frigid Glacier. Now Raging Sandstorm. Aaron Shiki. Redemption. Now it's Fabian in the midst of it all, jumping in. Deadly catch used up as Aaron Shiki deals with Dairon. Widdy. Quick Sandguard. Still healing. Still buying time. Finally frozen and taken down. Fabian with the flank again.
Fabian.
With a Soul Severed will be able to find it. Aaron forward.
Oh.
Skylar gets shot, but he will not fall.
almost, he assassinates the Crown Prince. It was so close. And now TLID, they have a time frame to control even deeper into the map for RRQ.
He's is showing on the top side. He's gonna be forced to go for a 1v1. Fabian is absolutely on the hunt.
Ooh. So Jin stunned.
1v1.
Now slash down. What is Bane gonna do against Suyo? He's just gonna run. But even then, Suyo can chase. Glorious pathway in the bottom lane. It cuts him from the Lord. Still Skylar, able to find a space to go for some hits over to the Lord. 2000 HP. Diamond gun down here on Shiki. Nibiru's passion, but again, RRQ has dealt with the Lord.
TLID, they contain any possible pressure exerted by RRQ. They want to play with the side lanes. It was Sutsujin overextending, and he was punished for it. Now they might look for a siege. A few more minutes, but still, the passive from the turrets standing strong.
The Holy Crystal is completed for Skylar though, so the man has absolutely enough damage to be a real threat. The fact that he was able to get that shutdown earlier definitely was a big value moment. We're looking at the items here. Queen's Wings completed for Fabian. Trying to get the reduction just to survive long enough to use the outplay potential. And Aaron Shiki on a vengeance here, going with the Heptases, the BOD, the Malefic Roar. He wants burst damage. He wants to take down RRQ. He's not trying to do DPS. Therein lies the concern though. He can be great in sieging down turrets, but in the defense, RRQ have so much ways to kind of deter a Team Liquid ID from moving forward. But as of right now, the gold lead that earlier shrunk down to 4K is now back at almost 8K. So Team Liquid ID have regained that momentum.
Yeah, pretty late Hunter Strike there from Sutsujin, but 7.6K gold up for TLID. They're waiting for that Lord to spawn so that they can get that Lord and maybe stage yet another siege. The talisman as well for Edok. That extra cooldown reduction, but now TLID, they're playing the safe. Even Yeskel is itemizing towards that Blood Wings. He wants that extra shielding, Arashi.
Extra shielding and extra movement speed on the shield plus Skylar though, whoa!
So he's all good.
There's limited crowd control for Team Liquid ID, but there's a lot of burst damage. Skylar might want to be a bit more careful doing that. Look at the damage!
What is that? Disgustingly good. And on Shiki, accurate. And so impactful as well with the Renner's Apathy.
Man, Aaron Shiki with the gun fu is gunning down the members of RRQ. Dyron now not having a lot of chances to proc that Thunderbolt. Not nearly as tanky as he was in the previous games. Oh man,
again. Whoa, that's a repeat. Ooh. But he has to Raging Sandstorm defensively. And that is one engage 2 taken down. But the cooldown, of course, is not going to be a big issue for Witty and TLID. Free Lord Arashi, they blitz it.
Oof. Divine Glaive completed for Skylar, so damage is there. But can he survive though? Team Liquid ID are notorious for being able to find their targets in a team fight. And Skylar just isn't on the same kind of hero like the Iris though. He isn't really as maneuverable. If they were gonna let go of a Lord, I would think it would be the previous one instead of this one. But now circumstances has pushed their hand with the Lord for Team Liquid ID marching down the mid lane. Do they have enough right here with the Frigid Glacier, with the Entropy? In theory, in the base, Skylar should still be able to just stay safe, to really be that, you know, static defense for the base.
They have proper dive though, Liquid.
They do. The Raging Sandstorm will open up the map and the way as well. Glorious Pathway popped up.
No, Skylar gets caught. Raging Sandstorm from Witty! All the way to the back, finding them. Skylar will fall, unable to utilize the Flicker. Tyron gets gunned down and slashed down by Fabian before he can even do anything.
Crystal.
The Suyo, we thought it might be countered here, but maybe the Suyo's just too strong. Fabian on the Suyo, 12,000 gold lead. 2-2. We got a game 5 in our hands.
Domination by TLID. They will still ride into that dying night. RRQ. They are shook that Hilda wasn't even able to contain the Suyo.
Is that the solution? The Beatrix. Mr. Dyron tries best to do the exact same thing he was doing on the Hilda. Zone away the backline. Be too tanky. But against the Beatrix, has that Hilda bitten more than she can chew. The Weskers, the Nibiru's passion is absolutely melting Dyron down. No pressure at all coming in from the EXP lane, and an absurd amount of damage coming through from the jungle. Team Liquid ID has just powered through the draft through brute force. In theory, RRQ had a chance, but in practice, Team Liquid ID has just stomped all over them.
They don't care about the odds. They like those odds. They equalize the score. We got a game in our hands. Game 5 imminent. And TLID, their young blood's boiling again. The revolution, the rebellion is not done yet. TLID. What a game that was.
Phenomenal stuff from TLID, man. Again, you know, I think there was a miscalculation for me, right? I expected the Hilda to, I think they expected the Hilda to be able to match that damage of Fabian, but man, I don't think so. I think this is just why Suyo's just been auto-banned every time. Even here. Tyron just disappeared, man.
That mini Balmon ult though.
Mini Balmon ult, you have an alpha.
A mini Retri.
You have an alpha 3-time swing with that hold of the skill 2.
Yep.
You have a stun, a dashing stun with skill 1. You have a
sword.
Yeah, you have a blink.
You change into
skill
Mia.
1. You know what? Nerf 1-1.
Nerf. Hey.
Yeah, probably, man.
But give some respect to my girl.
We want to talk about the elephant in the room, though. Skylar, he doesn't know the Purify. Is that too greedy?
Answer our questions, panelists. What do you think about the non-Purify Natan in that game? Take it away.
The Suyo.
The Suyo!
Thank you, casters. I mean, I personally am not complaining about the Suyo, you know, being given over to TLID because, man, yeah.
TLID.
Super balanced, by the way, in the early game.
Very much so.
Perfect hero with no flaws whatsoever.
It was evident in that game. But yeah, speaking of Natan Flicker.
I think it's a mistake. I think it's greedy. I think that like Skylar, as good as he is, has costed his team games for one reason or another. Sometimes it's like too many recalls, sometimes. Most of the time, it's battle spell choice, and finally we get to see him punished hard for this one. Because previously, didn't want to go for Purify, takes a Flicker. Irithel, we've been through a whole meta of Irithel. Most people were like, okay, we can go for Sprint, but as soon as there's CC, give me a Purify. Man still goes for Sprint. He doesn't care. He trusts in himself, and I respect that, but man, TLID, good punish this time. I don't think they're going to get away with it again.
Okay, I mean, it did bring TLID now back to 2-2, so we're back square even, dead even between both of these teams as we take a look into the highlights again, right? What I find interesting, we talked about it before, one of the highest amount of survey votes was the fact that TLID really need to be able to secure that early game, and this is just typical template TLID gameplay that we saw earlier on.
Don't forget about the factor of that Khalid flex, right? I mean, I think 80% that Khalid, we thought EXP, then yeah, you pick up the high loss. Maybe Skylar thought that Hylos was going roam, and that's why he opted for that Flicker. But then the switch up, right? It's Weedy on the Khalid, game changer.
He was so active, landing perfect moments as well with the Raging Sandstorm, and therefore he deserves the player of the game presented to you by the official tournament smartphone.
I think Weedy is, honestly, Weedy had a really incredible early game, and I think that Rins unfortunately forgot what Khalid does. Losing losing Aurora passive level 1, absolutely unforgivable. It's just how? There's no reason for you to lose it that early on. At the most, you lose a battle spell, but your passive as well, that's when it becomes ridiculous. And as Gami mentioned before, having that double flex the double flex pick in both Khalid as well as the high loss is really interesting, because now if you play the Hilda, no matter what the matchup is, it doesn't feel very, very nice. And especially specifically against the high loss, you're just gonna get sandbagged. That's why you see the constant proxy of waves, and that's why you see the positions of Fabian as well as his boy Weedy just pathing down for purple all the way down to orange, knowing that this could be a possibility.
So Hilda, meta undebunked?
Well, on condition that high loss isn't there.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm about to say. SDL, he brought the Hilda quote-unquote trend to Iran. It seems like Keskewed, he denied it twice already, and suddenly with the Khalid, it's an answer from SDL himself, right? He knows the kryptonite, and it shows in this game that, yeah, Darwin game 3 was nowhere to be found in game 4.
Yep. could barely play the game. And honestly, like even Scholar getting his signature in that Natan, Eroshiki feels a lot more comfortable playing this Beatrix. Like, he doesn't even need the setup sometimes.
Whoa, I didn't realize 13 minutes and 24 seconds?
Yep. And Natan, this series, for the record, very low percentage.
It's not looking good for Natan all across the board, but generally, I feel like at least TLID is back in their element, right? Playing towards that early game, having a couple of late game securities, but generally just designed to team fight and to end this game as early as the mid game. Because RRQ, as you can see, once Sutsujin is put on this Bane, they immediately go a more passive route of play.
I think this is going to be homework for TLID once again. I'm still sticking to my opinion that TLID really needs to work on this. If they don't get the early game, they need to figure out a way to adapt in the game and just recollect themselves to be able to play into the mid towards the late game. But in this particular matchup, how do they replicate that same purpose of finding a better early game setup? Because I don't think that the Suyo will be let go again.
Well, here's the thing, right? This is why I think that blue side was very, very important for both of these teams. I think it's going to be a consistent back and forth until somebody figures out something about the red side that could maybe turn the tables for at least a minimum, for Team Liquid, at a minimum 2 games. If not, I mean, RQ is going to get the match point first, and then an immense amount of pressure is put on the team.
It's going to be very interesting, you're right. It's going to be very intense. And it does seem like for this series, that first pick value has been delivering like crazy instead of, if you compare the last pick value, all right? Remember that Aurora last pick, it wasn't really as expected. I expected more from the Aurora.
I mean, Rin shouldn't have lost his passive at level 1. Like, so much happened because of that, right? Had Rin's not lost his passive, maybe he could have been able to contest that mid wave so that he could maybe save Dairen when he was proxying, you know? So many variables could have been tweaked significantly. Because again, as much as Edog wants to be able to kind of pull people out of these tough positions because he's playing Matilda, if you don't have the backup, you're pulling them into yourself for a free double kill.
Very interesting, but I want to go back here.
Go back? How far?
Coach TikTok.
Okay.
He mentioned 4-2.
4-2.
And for now, it does seem it's 2-2. Will it be 3-2 and then 4-2? Just
I mean,
as
like,
predicted.
calm down, because RRQ are also playing impeccable games.
They are.
Okay, they have been looking clean. They have been executing it well.
That's right.
And it always just boils down to the drafts. Because I'm not saying that RRQ had a bad draft, but this was a really good draft for TLID with the identity and where they find their strength. Early game.
Man, you can tell that your blood is blue. At this point, you don't even need a blood test. It's just, oh, no, sorry. It's B for blue. I agree with you. I think that, like, even RRQ right now, it's not about the performance. It really just comes down to, like, can we get a better draft? Maybe Skylar, let's not, take a Purify every once in a while. This is starting to get really, really nerve-wracking. But at least for TLID, especially for the Calvary fans here, with this game, it's a refresh. It's a reset of mental.
So we'll take a little bit of a refresh. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into that championship point, we're going to throw it over to our hosts up on the stage. Bye. Right.
Ca, sini dong. Ca, welcome Bandung. Udah nyapanya gitu aja?
Gio, lihat mama.
Begitu ya. Ca, akhirnya setelah hari pertama datang, sekarang datang lagi untuk menyaksikan grand final.
Kemarin nggak datang, hari ini datang lagi.
Tapi kamu nyangka gak sih kamu bakal datang hari ini untuk grand final?
Nyangka dong, nyangka banget. Kemarin udah pede banget sih, meskipun kalah waktu kemarin, tapi pede banget dia pasti bakal masuk ke final.
Kepedean itu datang dari mana nih? Apakah feeling-feeling dari Echa? Atau mendengar bisikan-bisikan?
Pede aja sih karena ada Fabian Acu kan.
Oh, Fabian tadi jago banget gak sih?
Jago banget, parah.
Parah, tapi ngomong-ngomong kita bakal kilas balik nih. Karena ini kan pencapaian terbaik dari tim Liquid sepanjang sejarah MPL Indonesia. Dulu, pada saat dulu biasanya kita ketemu
Dark Era kita pulang sambil ente, kadang-kadang ente. Kita paling bestnya tuh masuk 3 besar guys. Jadi ini sebuah kebanggaan sih buat kita. kemarin aku capek-capek ngecas HP aku, tapi yang full malah perasaan bangga aku ke Liquid. Anjay.
Oh, asik.
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 Gokil.
Keren. Echa. Tapi Echa, ini kan perjalanan yang cukup panjang, apalagi Echa bersama Liquid tuh benar-benar dari Dark Era. Sekarang era apa nih?
Apa ya? New era ya? Nggak tahu sih apa sih sekarang.
Eranya baru, era kuda nih sepertinya ya.
Iya, era kentang. Hah? Kentang kentung. Ah nggak tahu Bude.
Nggak tahu.
Pokoknya GG aja, era GG. Ya
Era yang
kan?
GG.
Ya.
Melihat sekarang mereka bertarung sekuat tenaga sebagai brand ambassador dari tim Liquid ID. Apa yang Echa lakukan dari tadi?
Teriak-teriak sih. Aku disuruh maju-maju. Aku dari tadi waktu game pertama merinding banget sih meskipun sempat kalah, tapi aku percaya pasti bakal bisa comeback. Kan ini namanya final, kalau misalnya nggak balas-balasan nggak seru kan. Kalau dibantai gitu kan kurang seru ya. Jadi emang sengaja sih puring kayaknya.
Bukan puring.
Apa namanya?
Ngefur. Enggak dong, ini semuanya udah memberikan yang mereka miliki ya, Ca?
Iya benar.
Rasanya di panggung tuh biasa, Echa biasa di panggung juga ya?
Iya.
Mengalahkan rasa nervous itu seperti apa sih?
Nggak tahu sih, jujur kalau aku jadi player kayak tanganku gemetaran sih.
Gitu?
Iya. Tapi mereka hebat banget sih, maksudnya